Hello and a warm welcome. It is the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 powered by Dafa News. It's yet another game. This is game number 3, Greens versus Reds. We are live at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, and I can tell you that it is a very hot and a humid day, and I'm not so sure how the player comfort is. And let's try and show you what the tournament schedule is. As you know, we had our first day worked out 2 days ago, and today is day number 2, and as you could see, this is match number 3 coming up, Greens versus Reds, and then we also have the Greys versus Blues. That is the second game, and then also the points table, just one game played and lots to play for in terms of the teams. And there you are, you could see the points table, you could see the ones that are struggling a bit with those defeats, but well, lots to play for. As I said, some very good teams, good players, and also proven quality. And don't forget, there are some international cricketers and also players who have done exceptionally well in the local club tournament. So, Greens versus Reds, that's the big game. To talk about it, I got Faviz Maharoop. Maha, good afternoon. Good to have you.
Good afternoon, Roshan.
It seems to be hot.
Very hot.
You're sweating.
Already.
Well, it's not pleasant, isn't it, for the players particularly. They'll struggle because it's a hot day, it's a humid day.
You said it correctly, Roshan. I think players' comfort-wise today will be a bit difficult. We had so much rain in the last week, and now it's getting very humid. So I think the energy will be snapping. It's all about keeping your focus in these big games.
Right, so we have seen one day of cricket. Okay, we haven't seen the batsmen doing too well.
Yeah.
Bowlers have come to the party. So how do you see this? I mean, when I say how do you see this, we do know that batsmen need to fire when it comes to a T20 tournament. So from that point of view, how would you look at it?
What disappointed me, Roshan, in both the games, how many soft dismissals in both the teams. When I say both the teams, the team batting first. Even the last game, team batting seconds, the way Greens batted. I mean, take away Dilshad Madhuskankar's spell. Apart from that, there was no application. In the first game, Greys, the way they batted in the first 6 overs. Overall, I think the attitude of the batsman got to be questioned, but the bowling quality in all the 4 teams is superb. The first game, there were lots of talk about how much grass was left and all these. I think more the grass at R. Premadasa Stadium is good for batting. It's just that the batters have not got themselves in and given enough chance to go and score runs. So I think it's all about giving them a chance by at least batting a couple of overs, and then we all know what R. Premadasa Stadium offers as batsmen. You know, you were talking 160. You were talking 160 the other day, but teams they couldn't even get to 120. So let's see what it is today. How it looks now. As you know, Faviz Maharoop is our pitch doctor. We get him here to have a chat for the build-up, but we also send him before the build-up a little while earlier to take a look at the pitch. Now, he did say 160 in the previous game. What does he have to say? I won't ask him now, but let's hear him. It's another hot and humid day out here in Colombo. The last game, the pitch, this is what we used. So, it has more grass.
We're getting a reaction here?
Everything was played for. There were spinners getting some purchase, the fast bowlers got some swing and bounce, and the batsmen, when they got themselves in, there were runs to be made. Today, we are going to go 2 pitches across towards the pavilion. Straight away, the biggest difference for me, from the last game to this, it has less grass. I mean, absolutely no live grass at all. Hardness, it's much more harder. But as there's no much live grass, I just feel this might slow down a bit, especially with the spinners coming in the middle overs. The batsman with the new ball, I think that's where you can score the runs pretty easy. But once the ball loses that hardness, that's where I think the batsman might struggle. Previous game, I mentioned the pass scores was 160. In this pitch, I probably bring down 20 more down. 140, get the runs on the board, put the pressure on the opponents. I think we should be able to win the games as much as possible.
Well, he's dropped a little bit in terms of runs, 160 to 140. Now, how confident are you that 140 is a winning score? And why do you say that? Because these pitches should be good, isn't it? I mean, it's dry.
140, I said that. Last game, as I said, there was lots more grass, and at Kettarama, ball skids on when there is much more grass. But in this, Roshan, there's absolutely no live grass at all. That's why I said 140. And I also mentioned about the new ball. That's the best time the batsman will enjoy, but with the ball skidding onto the bat. Once the ball loses that hardness, when the spinners come into play, probably from the 7th over onwards till about the 15th over, that's where the hard work of the batsman will be tested.
But quick question, Maha. Now, you know, you would expect pitches to be dry. I mean, and those are generally the best time to bat with the sun shining. Now I feel the sun shining here. Do you still feel that we won't have much runs?
I doubt it's simply because there was less grass, Roshan. Even the last game, there was grass and it was much more harder and not so dry as this one. This pitch, I think it's on the dry side, and still, I think it all depends on the first 6 overs. I keep on saying in T20 games, whether you bat first or bowl first, how you start in 6 overs. If the batting team can score a decent amount of runs in the first 6 overs, 140 beyond is definitely a possibility.
No, the captains we have at the toss are fantastic. You know, they're in great agreement. One side wins a toss, they're very happy with what they're doing, and the team that loses a toss is also happy doing what they're being told to do. So let's see what happens today. Let's go across and join Kosal, who's out there with the 2 captains and the match referee.
We're ready for the toss of the first game of day 2. It's the Greens taking on the Reds. I have with me the match referee, Mr. Wendell Labroy, and the 2 captains, Dasun Shanaka and Kusal Mendis. Dasun Shanaka, the Greens captain, will toss the coin. Heads is the call. It is a tail. Dasun, what do you want to do?
We're going to bat first.
Any particular reason for that?
Yeah, looks like a very good wicket, so I would like to set a target here.
What do you think of the wicket today and the wicket that you had that day?
I think regarding to the other wicket, I think this is a better wicket, so that's why we choose to bat as well.
Any particular score in mind?
160 plus always ideal score here, and it will be a very good target.
Finally, any changes to your team, or are you going to the same level?
We got one change. Vinura is out because he is sick, and Nimesh Vimukti come for that.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Kusal, you would have batted first if you won the toss?
Yes.
And what do you think that you want to restrict the Greens to?
Yeah, I think good option, bat first. Then unfortunately I'll bowl first. I think we have a good bowling team. I think I can defend the 130, 140.
Any changes to your team?
Yeah, 2 changes. Velalage and Kalani is not playing. Lairuma Sanka and Prabhas is game.
All right, all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
So the story from the centre is that the Greens captain has won the toss and they will bat first.
Right, that's the story. So let's take a look at the 2 teams. Well, Greens are batting first. They think it's a good pitch to bat on. And I'll let Faviz Maharoof talk about the teams, the changes. Well, unfortunately, Binur Fernando is sick. Now, that is a big blow. But what do you reckon, Maha?
I think Nimesh Vimukti coming in for a fast bowler just goes to show how Greens are going about it. They understand it's a dry pitch, so going with the spinner. For the Reds, Lairu Madhusanka comes back in, as well as Prabhat Jayasuriya for Velalage. I think that's where I think Reds, they are quite good at the bowling. Look at that. Lairu Madhusanka can bowl, as well as Matisha Patirana. You got Mahesh Tekshan, Asita Fernando, Prabhat Jayasuriya, Vanadu Hasaranga. So that's a strong bowling lineup. But the Greens got the advantage of batting first.
Before we go upstairs, quick question. What are your thoughts about Prabhat Jayasuriya? I mean, just coming back from a very successful test series, you think that's the right thing to... maybe we can talk about it because the game's about to start. So we'll discuss it when we are on air. So let's go across and join our commentators.
Thank you very much, Roshan. And Furvies, yes, perfect day for cricket, as we say. A very good afternoon to all of you once again from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. Match number 3 on day number 2 in this the Sri Lanka Cricket Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022 powered by Dafa News. Good afternoon, Kosala. It's going to be fun today.
Yes, good afternoon, Haritha, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, it's definitely going to be a day filled with fun. Hoping to see more runs being scored today, Haritha. This is Niroshan Dikpal who is opening the batting. Strike rate of 139 with 90 matches.
So important for him to hang around there. In the previous game, Mahesh Tekshan picked up a couple. He opened bowling for Reds. Reds would be chasing for the second game running. So they would be happy, I would believe, in that context. Of course, they played the night game on day 1.
The Reds played the day game, Haritha, and the Greens played the night game.
Exactly. Thanks for the correction. And the Greens were in a spot of bother. They recorded the lowest total of the 4 innings on that day. That could change very well. It has to if they are to be competitive. Because well balanced attack as far as Kusal Mendes' team is concerned. He's behind the wickets himself.
Oh. Boleh Maya.
Patum Nisanka
Kamaya.
gave a chance, didn't make much headway, made only 16 in that previous outing.
They're off with a single. So the Greens are on their way. Definitely will want to come up with a good batting effort. Both games, the teams batting first on that day have been low-scoring affairs. Looking at the context of this format, we would have expected something beyond 150 from the team batting first. But it was not to be. Today, we hope that we'll have a run feast.
Entrance free, die-hard cricket supporters have come to the venue. More should come and see because this is good players. Bit of a hurry, get it comfortably in the end.
Now, Mahesh Deekshana is a very canny operator. He will mix things up even with the new ball. He's got lots of experience bowling in the power play.
One.
Onto the pads, neatly played, didn't try to overhit. Yes, the former Benedictine now playing for the army. He's been a sensation himself.
Yes, Sri Lanka does produce these freaks, isn't it? They've had these bowlers with various actions, special cricketers. So Mahesh Deekshana is also in that panel of surprise packages that Sri Lanka brings to you.
Greens would want Dikwal to do his part in this innings. He'll be standing behind the stumps, but right now his focus is to be good in front of the stumps.
Yes, it's going to be a challenge because Dikwala will be making a claim for a place in the T20 squad.
Too bad for the first over. Greens are 5 without loss, elected to bat.
So these are the two teams that are taking part today. Two changes for the Reds. Kalana Pereira and Dunit Velalage being left out. In comes Lahiru Madhushankar and Prabhat Jayasuriya. On the other hand, Bindra Fernando is out because he's sick and he is being replaced by Nimesh Vimukti.
Prabhat Jayasuriya, ICC Player of the Month. As far as the men is concerned, such a sensational debut in Test cricket. Much will depend on how his worth is managed by his captain. Such a big asset to be. So yes, this man made ripples in the first couple of overs. Sita Fernando, best of 6 for 8, 36 wickets in 30 matches. That's a good strike rate. Economy rate slightly high, but never mind. He's into the side in place of Dushmant Chamira. Player of the match with 4 wickets in that first game.
Yeah, he did have a dream start to this tournament, picking up 4 wickets. Judged the man of the match in that game. So hoping that he would bring the same start. Kusal Mendes. And talking about Niroshan Dikwal Haritha, it's going to be a tough call for him because it's always interesting to see who the second wicket keeper that Sri Lanka will have in that T20 squad going to the World Cup and the Asia Cup.
Again, very good line and length. Dot balls means that he's spot on.
Asith Fernando picked up 4 wickets in the previous outing. That was a day ago. And these are the wickets that he picked up. Poor shot on that occasion. They were playing against the Greys. And that was a good catch at point. And again, trying to get him away on the up. Not clear, and that was a straight one from Fernando.
Pathum Nissanka hurried on that occasion.
And talking on that topic again, Haritha, it's that Kusal Mendes now seems to be the front runner for the wicketkeeper slot in the Sri Lankan T20 format. So it's always, this is the previous delivery, hurrying Pathum Nissanka onto the back foot. Not the best of fielding efforts, but they would have got that single anyway.
That's Kamindu Mendes, usually a very safe fielder, and attacking one at that. Banu Rajapaksa is the lone slip. He's having a word with his captain, Kusal Mendes. Looks like a gully is going to be placed.
Now this is good. This is good from the Reds. They're attacking. Slip and a gully in place now.
Swanindu Hasaranga there. The difference with Niroshan Dikwala is that he has shots 360. He wants to play the bowling on its merits. Sometimes he would be very dangerous in his shot selection, but very nice to watch when he's in full cry.
Playing is the bowling on merit. Sometimes he wouldn't do that, isn't it?
Once again, it's coming to Mendes. Didn't return with the same perfection that he's expected to do so. The difference with Asith Fernando is on line, on target.
Good bit of fielding from Kamindu Mendes. Might have saved a single for his team.
Good economy for Asith Fernando in his first over.
There you go. That's Niroshan Dikwala for you. Attempting one of those unconventional strokes. It comes to the end of over number 2. It's 8 for now. Niroshan Dikwala is trying to be innovative on that occasion. Tried to use the pace of Asith Fernando, but look at that again. There you go. But, the length might have been not really what Dikwala expected for that shot to be played. Well, nevertheless, no harm or damage done.
Boleh Majang, boleh.
Mahesh Dekshana, as usual, working with his accuracy on Pathum Nissanka on that occasion.
Sorry.
The tussle between Tikshana and Dikwala, this could be the real difference in this first 6-over spell.
Kamaya. Oh.
There you go. That's Niroshan Dikwala playing the more conventional sweep on that occasion. So they'll pick up one more, but Mahesh Theekshana's length has been very good, Haritha.
They've dried up the boundaries, if that's an indication. Could also say that it's a cautious start by the Greens.
Oh, that one missed everything. That missed everything. It hit Kusal Mendes, most probably on the helmet. That one took off.
It was flush on his face. So the protocol will apply. Concussion protocol, they call it, not exactly in this occasion. He was surprised, all right.
It bounced and turned, it held its line, and it came pretty high to Kusal Mendes. It took hit him off the glove. Might have also ricocheted off Pathum Nissanka's body a bit, but a good delivery.
Really was had the batter in all sorts of trouble, and in the end the wicket-keeper was even in a worse situation for the pickup. Had he got it in his glove, there have been curtains for Nissanka. Is that the little bit that Pathum Nissanka and Greens wanted as far as this game is concerned? Really want to have a good start. Minimum wickets lost. Adequate number of runs at the end of 6 overs.
Well, they will definitely want to get some runs on the board, but the minimum loss, that is the key here for the Greens. They'd lost far too many in the previous game during that power play.
Yeah, the first 6 overs they lost 4. They never really recovered from that. Reds did the same as far as their opponents were concerned in that first game. It was the Greys.
Pathum Nissanka seems to be a little bit out of confidence at the moment to me with the shots that he's trying, Haritha. He tried to come down the track, he was trying the reverse sweep, but not connecting anything. He's in a little of uncertainty on how Mahesh Theekshana is dishing it out to him.
It's only another single. It's a very good opening 3 overs by the Reds. Greens are 11 without loss.
This is the picturesque looking R. Premadasa International Stadium. So many one-day games, so many T20 games have been played in this ground by almost every cricketing crippling. This is how the points table is standing currently. Blues are at the top, Reds, Greens, rather the Greys and the Greens yet to get onto the points table.
Bowling change in place of Asitha Fernando is Matheesha Pathirana. Also picked up a couple of wickets. Looking for a little bit of pace here, Kusal Mendes.
So he's kept Asitha Fernando for the latter part. Maybe he'll come in during the middle overs. But Matheesha Pathirana, budding young prospect, slinging action. Had the privilege of being a member of the Chennai Speakings team in the concluded IPL. Might have gained a lot of experience from that. Starts off with the delivery outside the off stump. Pathum Nisanka thought at one point that he was going to go after that one, but then decided that no, I will let that one go.
Mendes is happy to get the batter in two minds. Pragit Rambukwala.
That one came back. That's a good delivery from Pathirana. Kept a little bit low, I thought, but that came quite fast. That was fired in by Pathirana. I thought the height deceived Pathum Nisanka.
Late swing on that occasion. See the take by Kusal Mendes almost on his ankle.
Makes room for him, Pathum Nisanka, but can only find a fielder. So Pathum Nisanka is really struggling to get that ball past that inner field. He's trying to get it. He's trying to get the bound again. You can see looking to get it into the gap, but again, only finding a fielder. Pressure on Pathum Nisanka.
3 dot balls in a row. Good bowling change as far as the economy is concerned. Brilliant take.
Super bit of wicket keeping from the skipper leading from the front. It is not easy. Definitely not easy to stop those. Another dot ball.
Pragit Rambukwala is the head umpire. He's at the Ketaram end.
And finally, Pathum Nisanka finds the boundary. Slight of a slower delivery from Matisha Pathirana, and Pathum Nisanka packs a punch through the mid-wicket area for a boundary.
It was a shot and he was half expecting it. That's a confident shot. It was a long time in coming. Very well executed. Went aerial but safe.
Flicked away, good bit of fielding. Kamidu Mendes doing the fielding at square leg. That will mark the end of the 4th over. Greens electing to bat first are 15 for none.
Right, that's a look at the schedule of the games of this SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League, which is powered by Dafa News. This is match number 3, Greens versus Reds, and then we're going to have the 4th game, Greys versus Blues, and then the return fixtures happening, and that happens on the 13th of August, and it's going to be Sahan Arachige bowling his off spin. This is Niroshan Dikwala, just not really getting into his stride as yet. 5 of 6. Nisanka has made 10, but he's taken his time. It's a slow start, but it's a start that the Greens need badly. They need some solidity. Good afternoon, Maha.
Good afternoon to you, Roshan. Good afternoon to all our viewers joining from all over the world. You mentioned about the start. I think Greens are a bit too casual and cautious, especially with Niroshan Dikwala and Pathum Nisanka. I suppose some international cricket, but still. Yes. Bowled him this time. Pratham Nisanka trying to go over deep square leg. The deep mid wicket, long on of were out. And he was trying to go over square leg. That's a good option, but the execution was bad since it was fired in and was too full.
Well, he got inside the line. I think that's the mistake he made. He got inside the line. He was looking to go finer, I think. Really got inside the line. Yep, and hit the middle stump. Held back by the off spinner. So Pathum Nisanka had a struggle. And he's got to go with the Greens losing a wicket quite early. Nisanka out for 10. It's 16 for 1.
Menda.
16 for 1. Dinesh Chandimal batting at number 3. Well, that's his record. Chandimal's record is pretty impressive. Lots of experience. You're talking 140. The Greens don't seem to be in a hurry. They seem to be setting themselves a target off around that. But it's not about blasting the bowling. It's about understanding what you're looking at and then trying to get it. And in the process, if you could go past it, that's fine. Oh! He is not going to hang about. Starts off with the boundary of the very first delivery. Very good option. But 2 men out on the leg side boundary, he still picked the gap.
Seems like Dinesh Chandimal had come straight away from the nets. First ball. This was smashed over mid-wicket, just a one bounce. Right option. There was a big gap between long on and a deep square leg. The vacant deep mid-wicket area was inviting, and straight away, experienced Chandimal taking that option. And skipper Kusal Mendes bringing in the changes straight away. Getting the changes done. Bringing mid-on up. And short mid-wicket dropping down to deep mid-wicket. There's a bit of a cat and mouse game going on with Chandimal, especially on strike. Even the day before's game, he was trying to go bang bang from the first delivery itself. So this field, Sahana Archige, one thing he cannot do is flight the ball.
He also can't go outside the off stump. He has nothing in terms of protection. Push through quicker. That's good pace. He's looking to bowl, try and wicket to wicket rather than bowling outside the off stump. He's someone who tends to fire the ball in anyway. Sahana Arachi is a pretty decent white ball cricketer. This time through extra cover. That's what I was talking about. Just a bit of width. He can't afford that when you have 5 men on the leg side and 2 of them patrolling the boundary. That becomes an easy hit.
That's a good option by Chandimal, knowing that Sahana Archige is going to fire into the pitch, especially with mid-on and mid-off up. And was ready for it. Had to place it, got it perfectly. And this will get Chandimal going, exactly what the Greens need. Ideally, one of these batsmen at least to bat till about 18th and get skipper Dasun Shanaka. Plays natural game. This is another short delivery by Sahana Archige, and the class of Dinesh Chandimal is not going to miss out there through the offside to end the 5th over. Greens 28 for 1. 13 runs and a wicket in that over by Sahana Archige. Nicely played, watching it right closely. And this is what Chandimal needed, just a good start. I'm pretty sure the Greens will be banking heavily on Chandimal's experience in the top order. Seems like Dikwella is struggling a little bit. And if the Greens to have any idea of scoring 140 plus, I think Chandimal or Dikwella got to at least bat till about 17th to 18th over.
So Matisha Patirana has this slinging action, quite pacey. Fine leg Comes in, square leg out on the boundary, and third man on the boundary. Dikwala is very good to go square of the wicket. Someone who has a lot of horizontal shots. Nicely timed, nicely timed. That will run away to the boundary. That's a proper cricket shot by Niroshan Dikwala. Nothing fancy, just leant into it and through the covers it went.
A much better Dikwala, controlled, just a push to the offside. And this is what Dikwala is good at. Square of the wicket, the offside. The pace of Matisha Pathirana doing the rest. This is a good little couple of overs for the Greens. After the first 4 overs just gone for 16 runs on the 5th over. Start of the 5th over, Katham Nissanka perishing. And now, Chandimala and Dikwala showing some urgency.
That's 4 more. That is 4 more. Matisha Pathirana got excited for a moment. The sound to me appeared, didn't really sound too much of wood there. I thought it was a mixture, but eventually it had enough to take it down to the fine leg boundary. So another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. Runs coming quite quickly. Just, yeah, it's a bit of a scoop, almost off the splice.
Yeah, Dikwala doing Dikwala's things is what we expect from him. Straight away, conventional, nicely driven through the offside, and this time playing to his strength. This is confidence for you.
Right, third man comes into the circle, fine leg goes out. So now Pathirana will have to be very tight with his line. He'll have to be very, very precise. Nothing outside the off stump. No width outside the off stump. Well, that's what he was trying to do, isn't he? Pathirana was smart. He followed the batsman, but he was giving himself a bit of room to try and manufacture a shot. Maybe go through extra cover, go over mid-off.
I think the idea was right, and Matisha Pathirana was equal to the task, following him, bowling it full with the 5 fielders in the offside, all in the circle. It's a good option to have against a fast bowler.
Oh, good bowling, very good bowling, following him. Again, you could see that Dikwala is moving around that crease, possibly just to try and put the youngster off his line and length, more the length. But he was very good. He just followed him, went right into the block hole. Dikwala had to dig it out. These are 2 very good follow-up deliveries for Matisha Pathirana.
A young man showing lots of maturity, Matisha Pathirana, especially against a batsman like Dikwala, who's quite good at moving around the crease. And on his day, he could be brutal, but this time, Pathirana, I thought, nailed the line and the length, both. Another Yorker. Oh, just for thought. It missed the bat and hit the stumps. The 3 good deliveries after 2 bounds in the first 2 balls.
Amazing art, isn't it, to try and master. It's an amazing art. It's not an easy art. Ask Lasit Malinga, he'll tell you. Such a tough art. And what he's done well is that he's bowled 3 almost consecutive Yorkers to Niroshan Dikwala. What will be the follow-up? Let's see. 2 boundaries of the first 2 deliveries. Great comeback the next 3. What would Dikwala do here? Goes over mid-wicket. He'll be happy with 1, I think. No, in fact, they're coming for 2. Good running. Very good running. Couple of runs to end the over. 10 of it. 38 for 1.
Decent over by Matisha Pathirana. After the first 2 deliveries went for boundaries. 3 good Yorkers, and the last ball just missed the area of a perfect Yorker, but still was decent enough just to give 2 runs. Dikwala showing some urgency, being the last over the power play.
Right, so 6 overs, 1 for 38. That's the signal for the power play, the second power play. The first power play just 38 runs for 1 wicket. Vanindu Hasaranga now coming on immediately for over number 7. Economy rate is brilliant. Best of 5 for 18. Better than a wicket per game. That's always fantastic if you can go do better than a wicket per game. Straight away just looks for some loop. No, that's not great. That's not really great. Is that Sahan Arachi at short extra cover? He should have stopped it. I think Hasaranga was pretty keen to ensure that he bowls a bit more to the right-hander.
I think it was Kamindu Mendis. Yeah, number 21, Kamindu Mendis was a culprit. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Dikwella Chandimal versus Vanindu Hasaranga. 3 big pros, if I can say that. Knows their game in and out. Down the ground straight away, Niroshan Dikwella. The long off fielder for a second, my station did not pick it up. But lucky for Dikwella, he did not get enough bat. If he did, I thought the my station would have been in business.
He was very nearly in business. I thought Mahesh Dekshana was initially interested, but then just held his ground and waited to take it on the bounce. Now slip comes in with the right hand on strike. So far, just singles off the back foot and also off the front foot. We haven't really found the turn that Vanindu Hasaranga can extract sometimes, but he's just settling into a nice groove. With Dikwella coming on strike, 3 men on the leg side boundary. Don't forget, you can have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, so he's got 2 on the off and 3 on the leg. Nobody saving 1 on the leg side, but plenty on the off. Yes, that was expected. That was expected. Niroshan Dikwella will start looking to play shots like that. The reverse, the conventional sweep. I don't think he'll go for the chip because there are fieldsmen on the boundary, but certainly this conventional sweep and the reverse sweep are options. Slower. Finds the man on the mid-wicket boundary. This is turning out to be a good over. 1 dot and 4 singles.
What Vanindu Hasaranga doing well at the moment is not giving any pace, slowing it down. And I did mention in my pitch report, it looks very slow. As soon as the ball uses the hardness, it's going to get tougher for the batsman to generate any pace. This is where I think the class of Vanindu Hasaranga is taking over, not giving any pace. Short at that time, and Chandimal was equal to the task, slapping towards car point for a single. Greens 43 for 1 after 7. The decent start by the Greens after winning the toss, batting first, 43 for 1 after 7. The bowling lineup of the Reds quite impressive. We've got Prabhat Jayasuriya in this setting as well. Power play highlights so far. Pathum Nissanka went for a couple of boundaries, and this was Pathum Nissanka being bowled, going through going for a sweep shot. This was the first delivery faced by Dinesh Chandimal. One bounce 4, and 2 couple of beautiful cut shots to get the innings going. And Dikwella scooping it over.
Right, 43 for 1. 43 for 1, 7 overs completed. So Asita Fernando is back. Now this allows me to just get to that question, that the topic that I was trying to start with you with regards to the inclusion of Prabhat Jayasuriya. I know that we tried to speak it at that point, but the game was about to start, so we just couldn't carry on. Oh, just jagging it back a little bit to the right-hander. So what are your thoughts? I mean, where are you with regards to Prabhat Jayasuriya in this side? So, I mean, he's just coming off a fantastic test series against Pakistan and Australia. Prabhat Jayasuriya. Shows Prabhat. Are you surprised by the fact that he's included in this team? Now, he was not in the original squad. He's been brought into the side. He's playing in this game. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm pretty sure that the selectors will be eyeing for something. Especially when you have Will Lalage, who did a decent job in the first game, leaving him out and bringing Prabhat Jayasuriya to the team. There has to be some reason, and the reason I could think of bouncer down the leg side. Glove. Oh, very beautiful catch by Kusal Mendes. The short ball doing the job this time. Asita Fernando, his great form has been continuing for a long time. And this is what exactly the Greens did not want to have. Dinesh Chandimal got a trace bullet start, but this occasion, nicely caught by Kusal Mendes.
Good anticipation, short delivery, rushing. Yup, took the glove. Excellent catch, two-handed catch by the keeper. And they straight away knew that they've got their man. Like that celebration, Asita Fernando is an aggressive fast bowler. Chandimal for 15, 43 for 2. Fernando, very, very highly thought of as a player, just 22 years. Strike rate of 123. Batted at number 3 in that last game. Was done by some excellent bowling by Dilshan Madhushankar. Swing and pace. And he's in now at 5 because Chandimal batted at 3. He's at 4. Beg your pardon. Just dropping a notch lower in the batting order. Dikwala still at the other end. Now slip in. It's Bhanuka Rajapaksa coming into the slip. So point and third man, square leg and fine leg on the boundary. Another look. Done by the short ball. He's very good with the short ball, isn't he? Asita Fernando, he's got countless number of batsmen dismissed. Both in the white ball and also in the red ball format. Uses it, I should say, very judiciously. The short delivery, Asita Fernando. Right slip in for Nuanidu Fernando. Gets off the mark. That will make him feel happy. Breaks the duck. Right. Let's talk about Prabhat Jayasuriya.
I think with him coming in, maybe option of taking the third spinner into the Asia Cup. There are quite a good few spinners in line. Probably Praveen Jayavikrama, Ramesh Mendes, Jeffrey Van Der Sey. So Prabhat Jayasuriya coming into the mix, I feel they may be having an eye of having him in also as an option for the third spinner's position. Already Vanidhu Hasaranga and Mahesh Deekshana are the first two choices for me. And it's good to have options, but straight away, just because of a test form bringing into a T20 format, you can ask few questions. But leaving a Vellalage out, that's why I don't understand. Maybe you should have 5 teams. Some of the players are sitting out in this tournament. There's another till scoop by Niroshan Dikwala. This time one bounce. For a second, I thought it was caught at fine leg. But it's a good option to have. He knew he's going to be full, especially with deep mid wicket, deep square leg, deep fine leg. But Dikwala equal to the task.
Yeah, that was the right length for him. Loves to play it when it's close to him. It's an amazing shot, isn't it? I think Tilakaratna Dilshan used to play it almost behind the wicket keeper. This goes slightly squarer.
I remember Murli used to call Dilshan a starfish when he started playing that, because Murli says you can get yourself killed. And to do that, you have to have a lot of courage.
God, I did see him play a few shots like that, particularly against Mitchell Stark. That was just amazing, breathtaking, frightening. Call it anything. On the pads. They get a single. And already 6 runs in the over.
Yeah, for me, it's courage and fearless, isn't it? Doing that is never easy, but Dikwala does it so well. And of course, it was started by the great Tilakaratna Dilshan. Just on Jayasuriya, that's what I feel, Roshan. I think now having another option, maybe using the form he's in. But for me, I'd rather build up a Dunit Vellalage, who just bowled really well in the last game. He didn't have a chance to bat, but unfortunately. And all the 4 teams, we take it, the bowling lineup is superb. They have so many options to bowl, even today. The Reds team has about 7 bowlers in their team. The batting, of every team is not that strong. Something to look at. Going forward, follow this time. Nuno Fernando, the first game, he was undone by Dilshan Madhusankar with a beautiful in-swinger. And again, Asita Fernando, quick, full, and cleans him up.
That's a big wicket. Young Nuno Fernando. Well, he comes with the huge reputation, potential, brilliant Yorker again. He's got two brilliant deliveries, I must say. This one too, a fantastic delivery. Well done, Asita Fernando. Gets his man. Nuno Fernando goes for one, in fact. It's 49 for 3.
So the skipper is in. Superb strike rate of 142. A lot of runs, over 3,000 runs in his over 150 games for Dasun Chanaka. Top scorer for his side in a losing course earlier, a couple of days ago. Wanidhu Hasaranga went wicketless in that first game.
Kavani boy. One.
That was skidded by Wanidhu Hasaranga. Then Nuno Fernando was undone by absolute beauty by Asita Fernando. But I just have the feel, if you take the closer look, he was a bit too late. Bit for pace, if I may say that. Even in the first game, Dilshan Madhusankar did it. And that's some weak point. I'm pretty sure the Reds team would have spoken against Nuno Fernando in that team meeting and executing a plan. And Asita Fernando's golden time ever since he made that trip to Bangladesh when they took 10 wickets in a test match. It's going really well. It's much slower by Wanidhu Hasaranga. Lucky Dasun Chanaka was facing the first ball. If not, if he had won a 10 or 15 not out, that would have ended up in a stance.
Yeah, most of it is empty. You can come and watch the cricket. Some good cricket lined up. Entrance free. Come to Kyatarama. Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Mahesh Tikshana preventing the boundary.
Good cricket all around. Good stop by Mahesh Tikshana at long off. Coming down the track, Dinoshan Dikpal against Wanidhu Hasaranga, who bowled, I think it was a googly. Taking the right option, trying to go straight down the ground. Big gap between long on and long off. Just over the top of the head off Ravindra Vimanasiri. Much slower. You can't call it a wide because Dikpal changed his sides. It's a good decision by Vimanasiri.
That was a freak occasion. Yeah, the batter intending for the switch hit didn't continue with it. Good attempt. Kamindu Mendes there. Usually they stick. Not on that occasion.
A good effort there by Kamindu Mendes. I just thought for a second he picked that ball quite late. Came to the ball quite late. And Wanidhu Hasaranga's reaction of the camera showing the disappointment.
Leaking runs. That is the end of 9 overs. Greens are 55 for 3.
That's a good over by Wanidhu Hasaranga, just 6 runs. And lots of variations showing his entire repertoire. This is the batting lineup so far. Nisanka, Chandimal, Nuno back in the hutch. Dikpal and Chanaka, the two experienced men, are in the middle. Still to come, Dhananjay Lakshan, Ramesh Mendis, Nimesh Vimukti, Jeffrey Vanderse, Lakshan Sandakan, Nuwan Tushara. Plenty of bowling options for the Greens. Just as the Reds, 55 for 3. Just the 9 overs, 11 to go.
So Prabhat Jayasuriya drafted into the side for the Reds. Introduced from the Kataram end. The sensational first 3 test matches for him. Player of the Match award followed by a Player of the Series award. He was felicitated by his club, Singley Sports Club, for his achievement.
Last 1 month or so for Prabhat Jayasuriya has been excellent, isn't it? Made with the team, with Lasith Muldenia being out of form, was left out from the bubble. And Praveen Jayakuma, the next in line to play, contracted COVID, and the third choice comes in and bowls Sri Lanka to win against Australia. And since then, he's just extraordinary, does so well. Prabhat Jayasuriya, so happy for him. And someone that has been playing first class for a very long time. He knows the art. He has been a consistent performer even before he joined SSC from Coles Cricket Club. And I think that's the right call made by selectors as well. Just trying him out, having more options is always better to have to choose from a crop of spinners.
Yeah, when Rangan Herath called it a day, a lot of people would have thought who's going to take his place, come close to him. We've got 3 of them lined up. Takes the safe option.
Very interested to know, Haritha, the game plan of Dasun Shanaka. He's someone that it takes a little time to get used to. And especially against the Reds, you got Mahesh Dekshana, you got Prabhat Jayasuriya, you got Vanidhu Hasarang, you got Asitha Fernando. Who is he going to target? In T20 cricket, all the top batsmen targets one bowler, and in that over they try to go big as possible so that they can cover up with the greatest spinner in that team. So that's where I think Dasun Shanaka, and also batsmen to follow, there's not much to speak about as well.
Yeah, this is where he has to be very neat in his execution. Now, Dikwal didn't trouble the scorers in the previous game. But that's a good shot. Bisected the fielders on the onside. Used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. Oh, that's a champion shot.
Smart batting. There's a big gap between deep mid-wicket and long on. And Dikwal eyeing that like a hawk. Down the track, way outside the off stump, dragging it and bisecting that gap for perfection. It's a good batting by Dikwal. Needs to carry on for the Greens.
He's got the start he wanted.
Outside edge. Oh, I thought for a second it missed the third man. Got a little too excited thinking that's another boundary. 10 gone. Greens 62 for 3. That was 7 runs in that over of Prabhat Jayasuriya coming into the crease. Dikwal with that boundary, I thought Greens got their wish. 62 for 3. Ideally, anything over 140 is a decent score. To get that, to reach that, I think Dasun Shanaka will be the key. You mentioned about his game plans, how he's going to be, especially with the star-studded bowling lineup of the Reds. That's where I think Dasun Shanaka, as you said, Haritha, has to be neat and smart.
In the previous game, the Reds managed 62 without loss in the first 10 overs against the Greys. Now, against them, it's 62 for 3 in the first 10 overs.
Lairu Manusanka into this team, 68 games, economy of 7.8, more of a batting all-rounder, replacing Kalna Pereira in this strong Reds team. Set away down the ground. This is what I'm talking about. Dasun Shanaka showing intent, targeting the bowler. This may be the over. These umpires today, Ravinder Vimarasiri, who is the head umpire at the moment, along with Ruchirapalli Guruge, will be officiating in the Asia Cup as international umpires. It's one chosen from the international umpires representing Sri Lanka. Don't think they'll be able to officiate on Sri Lankan matches, but I'm pretty sure they'll be officiating in the rest of the matches. So wish them well, Ruchirapalli Guruge and Ravindra Vimusiri.
Two good all-rounders during their playing days. Premeditated shot.
This is what we call Haratha, Dikwella doing Dikwella's things. Before the ball was bowled, he premeditated this ball has to go here. Option is right. Third man up, cover point up. There's boundary to be scored, but not the length. This is smart by Lairu Madhusankar. Saw him trying to go the reverse scoop, bowling a bounce and asking for a no ball as well. No, son, you're not getting that.
Slower delivery. Smart bowling by Lairu Madhusankar. This must be intimidating and annoying Dikwella to an extent.
I think this is where Dasun Shanaka got to be a little smarter and going across to Niroshan Dikwella and telling him, you tried twice, it failed, just get the single, give me the chance. I just feel sometimes when the batter trying to slog rather than hit, most of the time your head positions, your body positions, and the base what you talk about generally, we say the golfer's swing is almost waves off. Third man going back and deep square leg coming up. I think that's where Dasun Shanaka got to just give him a shout, just a pep talk for a second and say just hang on, just relax, we can target the next over.
Smart. Slipped. So no two there on that occasion. Talking about the game of golf, you like to play the greens? Huh?
Tried golf and was quite bad at it ever since then. I'd rather be sitting in my sofa at home watching football, rugby or cricket.
Try lawn bowls. That was well picked up. It was also a slower delivery. Dasun Shanaka, you said about it.
As expected, this is what Dasun Shanaka most of them does, even in international cricket. Identifies a bowler and straight away whether he's hitting towards a longer boundary, doesn't matter because he has the strength. And straight away, Lairu Madhusankar being taken to the cleaners.
So far, Kusal Mendis had been good with his bowling changes. He brought in Asita Fernando. Immediately he responded with a couple of wickets. Beautifully played. That was fast track stuff from Dasun Shanaka. You can't really blame the bowler, but it went like a tracer bullet. End of 11, 72 for 3 greens.
Expensive over for the Reds. 10 runs in that over. Last 2 deliveries going for 2 boundaries. Smart batting by Dasun Shanaka. This time a late cut. Third man was up. Big gap. Dasun Shanaka doing the right thing. Playing a captain's little cameo. Identifying the bowler and going after him and making the full use of it.
Except for Asita Fernando, it's a bit of a loosener from the others. Jasuri again on leg stump outside the pads, 4 to Niroshan Dikwella.
It was a free hit. Asking to be hit as well. Fire it to the leg side, and Dikwella has spent so much time in the middle. He's not going to miss out on those opportunities. Quicker, and when you bowl quick in these pitches, it's much easier against the left-hander, especially left-arm spinner. If he had left it, it would have been a wide as well.
This is a good start for the Greens. They look for two. Tikshana.
Smart batting again by Dikwala. This time not trying to hit too hard, placing it well as there was deep mid wicket and deep square right at the edge of the boundary. Usually we see the two fielders in the boundary line just 5 feet in front trying to avoid those 2 runs, but this time Dikwala showing good fitness levels out here at Ketharama, hot and humid.
Oh. They would be annoyed.
It looks like wheels are coming off of the Reds. So many errors been shown this time. Is Asita Fernando. Bad throw towards Kusal Mendes, who had no chance of grabbing that ball.
Will they look for two? They should.
I think good cricket all round. Nicely bowled by Prabhat Jayasuriya. Saw Dasun Shanaka coming down, pitching it short. And Dasun Shanaka was equal to the task. Nicely placed towards mid wicket and sprinted across for 2 runs there.
Kamindu Mendes was quick, couldn't prevent the second.
Nicely bowled again by Prabhat Jayasuriya. Just 9 runs so far in this over. Economy of 8.7.
Down the track. Safe area to go in. Partnership blossoming. It's 12 overs completed. Greens have got to 85 for 3 after electing to bat.
'85 for 3. 12 overs completed. Shanaka and Dikwala together. They're just starting to get their act together. 36 of 24 runs. And they'll be looking at 140 plus. 140, 150. I would say at the moment going at 7. They're left with 8, or to be precise, 48 deliveries left in the innings. And how much can they really make out of it? Now, Matisha Patirana has bowled 2 overs for 14 runs, but he's up against 2 experienced campaigners. Dikwala just getting into his stride. Dasun Shanaka, somebody who can just destroy you. Just take a look at what happened the last ball of the last over. Well, this is what he could do. Dasun Shanaka. He's not afraid to go over the top. He's a strong striker of the ball. He's someone who looks to hit straight. He's a powerful striker. He can clear the boundary. He's a big hitter. Right, Dikwala on strike. Quite a few on the boundary. Works it on the leg side. 2 is the call. They run the first run hard and they'll come back for 2. This is good running. Very, very good running indeed. Excellent cricket.
Yes, definitely good running. Kept the pressure on the fielder. Dasun Shanaka always wanted 2 on that occasion. And if you look at that again, there you go. Look at Dasun Shanaka. He was always looking for two. That's good. Not a blind turn. He looks quickly and then turns. That's a good couple that they picked up.
2 of the first ball. Now they need to maximize here. They need to get some big overs going into the last 5. Again, chip on the leg side. This time only a single. Slahiru Madhushankar on the boundary. Hit a bit firmly and a little bit straighter to the fieldsman. So that didn't allow them to come back for 2. But I like this contest simply because Matisha Patirana looks to pitch the ball full and Dasun Shanaka enjoys it. But will he look to alter the length? That's my question. Now let's take a look. Yes, he's pushing the fielders on the boundary, on the leg side, fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket. That's for the horizontal shot. So you've got to be precise. But you also got a man on the point boundary and long off, but nobody out at third man. So young Matisha Patirana just can't allow Dasun Shanaka to manufacture a shot. Now yeah, that's correct. Now they just found out that they're having 1 too many outside the circle, so they can have only 5. Shanaka on strike. That's where he will be going, but this time he finds, dropped him, would you believe it? Well, he's just livid with himself. It was pretty straightforward.
You won't get it much easier than that, and especially that's going to be a big, a costly miss, I could say. Dasun Shanaka wanted to go downtown, didn't get it right in the middle of the bat, but Mahesh Theekshana really made a mess out of that one. That should have been taken.
I would say 9.9 out of 10 he would have taken it. But he's a pretty safe fielder, Mahesh Theekshana, but not to be today. But how big will this miss be now? Mid-off comes in with Dikwal on strike. They always want to have that leg side mid-wicket area covered because that's a favourite place for Dikwal. On the pads. But they got their fielders in good positions with Dikwal on strike. Those are areas that he scores a lot of runs.
And also the fact that Matisha Patirana is kept it in the area where Dikwal really can't try and afford to play those wraps and reverse sweeps or whatever that he tries to play. So this is good from the Reds, but that catch drop, let's see how it affects the Reds. This time it's pulled away, and still it's only a single. Dasun Shanaka would have wanted to get it more square towards mid-wicket. Only getting it to fine leg. Just a single. It's a good contest between young Patirana and the 2 experienced Dikwal and Dasun Shanaka. But I thought the young man has done well so far.
Yeah, just 6 runs off the over. 5 balls bowled in this SLC Sky Exchange Invitation T20 League 2022, which is powered by Dafa News. Greens versus Reds. Greens won the toss. They're batting. Last ball of the over. This is an excellent over. This is a very... trouble! Trouble here! That is trouble. Dasun Shanaka was running. Dikwal had turned his back. And then eventually an easy run out. This is not good news for the Greens because they were just looking to try and take on the bowling. Another look. He just looked to steer it down to third man. Now the thing was, Dikwal was down the track. He was initially interested, but he was not looking at Dasun Shanaka. Shanaka just kept running. The fieldsman had a great presence of mind, throwing it to the non-strikers end. So that missed catch not costly. That's pretty unfortunate for the captain. 21 of 12. The Greens are 91 for 4.
So that's a big wicket. The most. This is Dhananjay Lakshan. He's the new man in. strike rate of 120. He's a man who's not really lived up to his potential, isn't it, Roshan? He looked very promising in the inaugural LPL, but then since then, he's been given opportunities, but he's not really grabbed it with both hands.
Right, take another look. This was terrible. This was unfortunate. I don't want to call it a disaster because disasters are bigger things than this. This is just a run out, but it's pretty unfortunate. Dasun Shanaka was looking good. He had run down the pitch. He was searching for that single. The problem was that Dikwella was initially interested and then seeing that it went to the fieldsman and went quickly, just turned back, but he was not looking at Dasun Shanaka. I was not sure whether he was calling loudly as well, but anyway, a single of the first ball gets Dhananjay Lakshan now. He's off strike. Dikwella's on strike. So the key is going to be Niroshan Dikwella. He's 43 of 35 at the moment.
Now this is good captaincy from Kusal Mendes. He knows how important wickets are. He quickly brings on Mahesh Theekshana into the attack, because a wicket here will really put the Greens on the back foot. They're looking to get to that total of 150, 140. And this one will find an edge, but just a single. Not the best feeling effort. They're coming back for two. The throw is at the bowler's end, but it's not a good one. There's always a chance of a couple once that was misfielded. The Reds can't afford this. They can't let the Greens off the hook or release that pressure that they bring in. Let's take a look at it again. Dikwella suddenly decided that he wants to, and then they made it with relative ease at the end of the day. Another top ball from Theekshana.
I think the key is to try and get into a decent position with 5 overs to go, with 30 balls to go, get into a solid foundation. Because most teams wait till about the 15th, 16th over to try and launch themselves. Again, that ball just angling in with into the left-hander. Because to get to that position, it's important that you have wickets in hand. Now, ideally, if the Greens had gone into the 15th over with Dasun Shanaka and Dikwella together, you can be sure that 180 would have been on the cards. Because it's that kind of potential batting ability. That's gone fine. That should be wides and boundary. Kusal Mendes just couldn't get across. That was fired in. The 100's up in the 14th over.
He was looking to angle it into the left-hander, but really missed out on the direction, and as you said, it was fired in. Kusal Mendes was trying to get across but couldn't, and it just went very quickly down to the boundary. The Greens will take it nevertheless. This is good from Mahesh Theekshana. This is very good. This is what he will do. He'll create that pressure. He will build the pressure.
The last 5 overs, 46 runs. 9 runs in the over. One more ball to go. Late, but oh, not good fielding. Not good fielding. Again, there could have been a run out had that been fielded well. It's 101 for 4. So now that's another look. Lahir Madhushankar just took his eyes off the ball. Interesting to see where the batsmen were at that point, because I believe that Dhananjay Lakshan was way down the pitch.
So this is the match between the Reds and the Greens, the first of the day. This is day 2 of this SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2020, which is powered by Dafa News, 2022 rather.
Right, the title sponsor, don't forget, Sky Exchange, powered by Dafa News. And the co-sponsors are Daras and IPG Sports. So right, we're having some running repairs for Niroshan Dikwal. It's a hot day, so plenty of water that's lost by the players because it's energy sapping. So you need to be given a lot of liquids. So you could see that water is being brought out all the time. This is another look from almost opposite or to the right of the scoreboard, almost climbing up to a light tower's height. Right, we're into the last 6 overs. Vanidu Hasaranga has 2 left. None for 11 in 2. His economy rate is good. His economy rate is under 7 in his career. He's closing in on 300 ODI or T20 wickets. Now, interesting proposition ahead of this pair of batsmen because they know that Vanidu Hasaranga is a threat. He's going to bowl 2 overs out of 6. So what's the plan? That's going to be the big question. Are they going to look to take him on or just see him off with singles and then try and attack the other 4 overs? These are some of the thoughts that I'm sure are going through the minds of these 2 batsmen at the wicket. They're happy with singles.
They're happy to knock it around again. And they're coming back for 2. This is good. Good running. Lakshan and Dikwala, the field was a little bit, I thought, slow to get to that. Good running. That's what they need to do. They need to make the 1s into 2s and pick up those boundaries, especially when you're playing against Vanidu Hasaranga. You need to try and make those 1s into 2s because the boundaries are not easy to come by when he's bowling. Yeah. Dikwala is 48 of 39. This time, again, he will find the fielder. Vanidu Hasaranga will be quite okay with giving the single around. Might be also, Roshan, disappointed a little bit that he's not got him on the wickets column.
He's a wicket taker, he will. I think it's a matter of time before he gets you a wicket. But so far his job in T20 cricket is to just try and keep things tight. Hit firmly back. Only a single. Again a firm hit by Dhananjay Lakshan, just looking to blast it past Vanidu Hasaranga. He seemed to be in some pain here because he did stick his right hand out. It was hit firmly. Good use of the feet. In fact, it could have been a caught and bowl. It could have been a caught and bowl. He is in trouble, Vanidu Hasaranga. Let's hope, for Sri Lanka's sake, that there is nothing. It's nothing serious, because don't forget, there's an Asia Cup coming up, and well, he has to protect his hand. He has to protect his fingers.
And that's his bowling hand as well that he stick out. But the concern, if you look at the game here, Roshan, the concern for the Greens now would be, now Vanidu Hasaranga has got 1 more over, Mahesh Theekshan has got 1 more over. So those 2 overs will not be easy for the Greens to get runs off. Now let's look at that again. He sticked his arm out. That was hit very firmly by Dhananjay Lakshan. Maybe he took the tip of his finger, but he is in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, just hit those fingers hard. Well, the chances are that I really don't think that you could pick up a broken finger or something being just... It was like a glancing blow. I really don't think it was a firm hit. Another look at the batting card. 49 to Dikwala, Lakshan on 4. Shanaka, pretty unfortunate, out for 21. Chandimal looked good as well. But Nuanidu Fernando, he's had a horror run. I mean, 2 wonderful deliveries in the 2 games he's played. Nisanka also scratched a bit. 10 of 20. Right, Dikwala on 49 of 40 balls. Take a look at the field. 3 men on the leg side boundary. Those are the areas that Dikwala would love to go, but plenty on the leg side open areas. And that's his 50. He's pushing for 2. He'll be in fact, he will come back for 2. Oh goodness, that's 4. Lairu Madhushanka has had a great outing on the field today. He's had a few misses, few fumbles, and that helps Niroshan Dikwala, who didn't have a good outing in that first game, to make amends, reaching 53 of 41.
There you go. The shot. Dikwala always was looking for 2, but Lahiru Madhushankar didn't get down in time, and that just went to the boundary. Dikwala will get a half century. This one, again, Dikwala looking for the second, but they decide that 1 is enough. Not the best of overs from Wanidu Hasaranga. It's 111 for 4. So 111 for 4. Dhananjay Lakshan and Dikwala. Dikwala has just completed a half century. So he would be the batsman that Greens would expect to bat till the end. Dhananjay Lakshan might be the one that will want to use the long handle. 4 overs remaining from this point onwards. Kusal Mendis has gone for Mahesh Theekshana. He's going to finish off with this over. 111 for 4. Dikwala is 54. Kusal Mendis making a few adjustments again. Those 3 men on the onside for Dikwala remain even for Mahesh Theekshana. Down the track he comes, but it's only a single.
5 overs to go after this one. Precisely 29 balls left. Right, what are the batting options that are left? Ramesh Mendis, and then Nimesh Vimukti, Vandersay, Sandakan. That's gone fine. That's wide as well. He'll have to bowl that delivery, but these are useful runs. Very, very useful runs. A good start to this over. They've already got 6 of the first delivery, with the second one being wide. Niroshan Dikwala seemed to be struggling. That was Dhananjay Lakshan who has crossed. Dikwala looking to play that. In fact, it's Lakshan who looked to try and play it fine.
You get carried away, isn't it, Roshan? Because when you see those type of shots, you'll feel that it's Dikwala doing it.
Yeah, and also I think watching from here, 2 left-handers, so you can be slightly confused. Good use of the feet, very good use of the feet. Thump down the ground, that's 4. This is good for the Greens. They're moving things along quite nicely. They've got 10 runs off the first 2 legitimate deliveries.
So now this is the Dhananjay Lakshan we would like to see, isn't it? Because he's got a lot of potential. He's a talented young man. He can hit the ball a long way. He's good with the bat. He's opened the batting on some occasions.
A slight change of action. They'll come back for 2 again. Mahesh Theekshana going wide of the crease, just looking to try and fire the ball in. If you see that his arm was slightly lower, instead of the normal style he bowls, just looked to fire it in. Now what happened was the angle just brought it into the left hand. It was dragged down a bit, so I loved him to hit it away on the leg side. So 2 more runs, big over, 12 runs so far. That's a good comeback. That's very important. This is precious as far as the fielding side is concerned.
I thought Theekshana saw Lakshan coming down the track. Slowed it up a little bit. Taken on the full. Lakshan would have been disappointed. He could have put that one away. Just a single.
Yeah, that was a gift. Just couldn't make use of it. It's the end of the over, I think. Aren't we 1 ball short? There has to be 1 more ball, I think. Has to be 1 more ball, I think. Yes, I think the umpire's having a chat to. Yes, because there was a wide. Yeah, I think yes. Praneeth Rambukwel has been told that there is 1 more ball. No, in fact, he thinks it's the over. Yeah, but he's given the over. Anyway, it's 124 for 4. One, two, three. It was given wide by the umpire.
Kawani boy.
And this time, Dhananjay Lakshan has got it into the gap. Tossed up delivery from Vanidu Hasaranga and very neatly put away by Dhananjay Lakshan. A boundary. Take a look at that one. Hasaranga giving a little bit air, but beautifully executed by Dhananjay Lakshan. He means business.
This is good. Both from Richmond College goal.
Down the track, and that is the end of Dhananjay Lakshan. He didn't pick that one up. That was the wrong one. He was trying to go downtown, and this is what Vanidu Hasaranga can do. This is his experience. He's a wonderful T20 bowler, ranked number 1. And that is the end of Dhananjay Lakshan. Down the track, trying to go mid-wicket. That was the wrong one. It went away from the left-hander. And it is comfortable stumping for Kusal Mendis to see the end of Dhananjay Lakshan. He goes for 15. It's 128 for 5.
So, Ramesh Mendis can use the long handle, no doubt about it. In the last game, Nuanidu Fernando and Niroshan Dikwal didn't open scoring. Well, Nuanidu Fernando made only 1, but Niroshan Dikwal is still there, having opened the innings on 55.
Good bit of fielding, but the batsman will get a single. Ramesh Mendis will open his account, doing the correct thing, getting the man in form on strike. This is the previous dismissal. Nowhere near that delivery. Dhananjay Lakshan. Comfortable stumping for. Again, Dikwala down on one knee. But it's just a single. So Vanidu Hasaranga, what a good comeback in this over, especially after he went for a boundary in the first ball.
Yes, he would still believe that his 4 overs for 27, maybe 30. It's a wicket column that he was very interested in.
They wouldn't mind that. The Reds, they wouldn't mind the singles being knocked around. Now, interesting to see. We've got 3 overs remaining after this one. What does Dikwala want to do? Does he take the initiative? This is Ramesh Mendis' batting. So that's 738 runs, best of 57 matches, 129 strike rate. It's not bad. Definitely want to improve on that one. Down the track, taken on the full, and Lahiru Madhushankar is in business. This time he does well. They'll come back for 2. It's 132 for 5 as we come to the end of the 17th over.
Ever since he came out to open the batting, he looked confident, comfortable, innovative, and very focused indeed. Shots all round the wicket, used his feet very well.
He was very severe on things on the onside, but that's a very welcome half century for the Queller. Not getting on them on the runs in the previous game. That will bring a big confidence booster for Niroshan Dikwala. Now is it Asita Fernando or who's going to come on? So Asita Fernando once again getting him on the wickets. 2 for 8 so far.
So go-to man for Kusal Mendes. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. Bowled just 1 over, taken off, came back. 2 wickets in the same over in his second.
Oh, this is poor. This is very poor from the man down at fine leg. That should have been stopped. That's Matisha Pathirana. Very poor fielding effort. The Reds can't afford this. They've given far too many to the Greens. And Ramesh Mendes will say thank you very much.
So Asita Fernando straight down the pads of Mendes, who was not in a mood to miss that. But the miss at fine leg, that was costly. Again, would be looking for 2.
Well, we knew that Prabhat Jayasuriya is not the man with the quickest arm. And they picked up a couple. This is a misfield in that previous delivery. Matisha Pathirana was diving for that delivery, but it's a poor effort. The bowler was not happy. First ball going for a boundary. Now 6 of this over so far, with just 2 balls done.
Good to bring Dikwala on strike. He's been the man who's been there for long enough. If he can carry his bat through the innings, they would be looking at 160 without much fuss.
Well, one of the co-sponsors are Daraz, the universe of Daraz, with over 5 million products to choose from. Download the Daraz app today and explore. So explore with Daraz. This is the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022, powered by Dafa News. Title sponsor Sky Exchange, powered by Dafa News, and the co-sponsors Daraz and IPG Sports.
Good change of pace by Asita Fernando.
Asita Fernando picked up 2 wickets earlier on during his spell. And first dismiss was Dinesh Chandimal, and then he had Nuvin in the Fernando. He's not having the best of outings.
That was in his second over, comeback over. This is his third. Better delivery. Cramped up Mendes on that occasion.
So we got 13 balls remaining in the Greens innings. 160, 165 would be something that the Greens would want to end up. The only fact here, Haritha, is that Dick Waller and both Ramesh Mendes, can they use the long handle? Can they clear the ropes quite easily? It's not really easy to hit downtown. Fernando will want to finish this over in a high. They're looking for two, played it with soft hands, and they'll come back quite comfortably. There's no fielder in the 30-yard circle on the onside. At mid-wicket, the bowler had to run himself up for the ball, but they managed to complete two. You go take a look at that again. Running with the shot, good presence of mind from both Mendes and Dick Waller, and that's the end of the over. 142 for 5. This is the Greens Manhattan. Those 4 dots indicating the follow wickets, but a few tall buildings. The best over of 14 runs.
Matish Padirana, first 3 overs is gone for 20. This is a show of confidence on the youngster. Good take by Kusal Mendes, who's had 2 victims so far. It was quick, it was down leg side, it was wide.
Matish Padirana, he can bowl quick. Can get up to the 140s. Well, a pickup shot from Dick Waller, but just a single. Here's how he plays. Now, this is what I was mentioning, Haritha. Do these two batsmen have that ability to really clear the ropes, go big? Take a look at that again. Just that is previously the wide, but a good take from the skipper. It's always not easy.
Possibility of touching 160. They bat sensibly. But Mendes needs to be careful on that in-dipping Yorker. There'll be a good exposition from Matish Padirana and Dilshan Madhushankar in that context.
He tries to go big. There is a fielder getting under that one, and that will be taken by Lahiru Madhushankar. Ramesh Mendes trying to clear the ropes, only finds a man at long on, and the Greens will lose their 6th wicket.
He would have had Dasun Chanaka earlier, but there was no mistake with this pitched up on his pads. He went for the big one. Nothing wrong with that. He got more height than distance, and a well-judged catch by Lahiru Madhushankar.
So Ramesh Mendes departs for 11. It's 144 for 6.
Lakshan Sandakan is the new man in, joins Dikwala. He could be a surprise package, Lakshan Sandakan.
What was he looking for? He knew that the third man was inside the circle. And this is Dikwala for you. He was trying to hit it over that fielder.
One Trinitian to another Trinitian.
This is the fall of the wicket. Ramesh Mendis was trying to clear long on and long off, but he only succeeded it hitting down the throat of the man at long on. This is good cricket from Dikwala. He knows exactly where his fielders are. They come back for two. The Reds wouldn't mind that. But Dikwala, he's looking for that 160, 165. There again.
Played a little bit away from his body. Fielder got a hand to it. He would have just raced to the backward point boundary. Must be a tired man. He's batted through the innings so far. Niroshan Dikwala.
This one again making room for himself. Good bit of fielding. Good pick up and throw from the deep. I think that's
Lasit Cruzpulle, if I'm not mistaken. He attacked the ball very well.
There you go. Always made sure that he was control. He got across very quickly. Good pick up, good throw. No chance of a second run. How did that miss? How did that miss? He was looking for that toe crusher. End of the over. It's 147 for 6 at the end of 19. There you go. Missed by a whisker.
It was good to attempt that Yorker on Sandakan. Just missed it a little bit. Patirana. So Asita Fernando tasked with bowling that last over. It is a good tussle. He's been there right through the innings, Niroshan Dikwala. Asita Fernando is the top wicket taker so far in this tournament.
They will look for two. Sandakan is coming back. The throw is at the keeper's end, but Dikwala makes it quite comfortably. This is good cricket from Niroshan Dikwala. As you said, he's batted throughout, but still making the ones into twos.
Sahan Arachige to cover some ground and then send that return quickly. Not quick enough. He wants to keep the strike as much as possible. Tilina Kandambi, he'll be happy with what he has seen so far.
Good delivery, very good delivery. Now Asita Fernando is asking the question while he was running for that ball. I feel that Dikwala might have got an inside edge on that one.
A very good delivery. Right on the block hole.
Yeah, it's just off the bat. If not, that would have been very close. But Asith Fernando, look at the areas he's bowling. He's in good control. And as you quite correctly said, the leading wicket taker of the tournament so far.
Wants a little bit of change for Mahesh Deekshana, gets him finer. Three fielders ringing the onside boundary. Beautifully done. He was walking in his crease to make room. It was a packed offside field, special inside the 30-yard circle. 4.
Well, he was eyeing that gap and he got it on the full and into the gap, and even the quick Vanidu Hasaranga couldn't keep that ball in the line without crossing the ropes.
.153, 3 balls remaining. 7 runs to get to the 160 mark, which would be an 8 runs and over asking rate. Oh, he got it in time. Beautifully played. He had to take a chance. How well did he get it? Perfect Yorker length delivery.
Perfect execution from Niroshan Dickwella. Made himself some room, angled the bat. Most importantly, he got it into that gap, and once it got into that gap, that was always going to find the boundary.
The gem of an innings from Niroshan Dickwella. He's been there right through the innings, so he's seeing the ball well. He's prepared to take a risk. But the execution was perfect, as you said, Kosala. Timing and placement.
That will be a wide. So the Reds not finishing off that well. This is the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022, powered by Dafa News. Co-sponsors Daras and IPG Sports, and the title sponsor Sky Exchange.
This is turning out to be a good total. It'll take some chase. Oh, he's making light work. Lairu Madhushankar prevents the boundary, but another couple of runs. It's 160 on the board.
This is what Dasun Shanak was expecting at the toss. And he said it's a target he would be looking for. And that's why he wanted to bat first, set a target and give his bowlers a chance. So I would say that he's achieved it so far. Thanks to Niroshan Dickwella, who's on 75. Last ball coming up. Dickwella swings, but he will find a fielder down at long on. It's just a single. So the Greens will finish at 161 for 6 in their 20 overs. They'll be quite pleased with what they got, despite losing their captain through a run out.
Yeah, 14 runs coming off that last over. Carried his bat through. Well played, Niroshan Dickwella. He must be quite a tired man. So he'll be on the field right through this game because he'll be keeping wickets too. But how important that was. Lived dangerously at times, but that's the way he loves to play the game. And when he's on song, it's such a delight to watch. Brilliant knock. Take a bow, Niroshan Dickwella.
Could not agree more. On his day, Niroshan Dickwella will be a very dangerous customer. This is the Greens batting card. Top score of 76 not out by Dikwella. 21 to Shanaka, 19 to Lakshan, 11 to Mendis and 10 to Pathum Nisanka. Those are the men who got into double figures. All in all, good batting effort. 161 for 6 in 20.
The 8 extras in the innings.
The bowling, 2 wickets for Asita Fernando, a wicket apiece for Pathirana, Arachige and Hasaranga. Prabhat, Madhushankar and Tikshana going wicketless.
Yeah, Matisha Pathirana was the most economical, just 6.25. Take a look at the others. Went at almost 10 and over the last two. 7 bowlers in all.
This is how the Greens inning started, with Pathum Nisanka getting a boundary.
Yes,
And then he was undone by Sahana Arachige.
Then there was a partial recovery with Dinesh Chandimal in particular being very severe. His first 3 scoring shots were boundaries. Meanwhile, at the other end, Dikwella was doing well until this happened.
That was the fall of Dinesh Chandimal. Asita Fernando picked up 2 quick wickets in succession. He had a beauty against Nunindu Fernando, who's not having the best of outings. But then it was Dikwella and Dhananjay Lakshan who brought some life into, Dasun Shanaka, who brought life into this Greens innings. Shanaka in particular was very severe on anything loose, and unfortunately ended up in a mix-up, and the captain had to depart, run out.
Yeah, it was a 32-run partnership for the 4th wicket when Shanaka departed. Then Lakshan saw Dikwella get to 50. He was out, trying to charge Vanidu Hasaranga.
Then that was holding out in the deep.
Ramesh Mendis that was.
And this is Dikwella getting the maximum of this final over. 2 boundaries in that to make sure that the Greens made 161 for 6. So the Reds need 162 to win from 20 overs at a rate of 8.10. Right. So it's time for us to take a break. We'll be back with you once the Reds start their run chase. It's Greens versus Reds, the first game of day 2 at the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022. It's powered by Dafa News, the title sponsors Sky Exchange, and co-sponsors Daras and IPG Sports. This is what the Greens made, 161 for 6, a top score of 76 not out by Niroshan Dikwala, ably supported by Dasun Shanaka and Dhananjaya Lakshan to make sure that the Greens made 161 for 6. 2 wickets for Asita Fernando, a wicket apiece for Pathirana and Sahan Arachige, and Hasaranga also chipping in with a wicket. All in all, it was a decent bowling effort. Some bowlers going for a few runs.
It's a lovely, lovely evening at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. The Reds, they have something big to aim at. That's the familiar huddle of the Greens. Hey, we have no sounds. Why is that? We have no sound. Why is that? I can't even hear the natural sound. Nothing. A lot of work. But it's a good even pitch. Good surface to bat on, and let's see how the Reds set about with this target. 162 at little more than 8 runs and over. Well, the familiar opening pair of the Reds, Lasith Cruz-Pulle and Kusal Mendis, they got them off to a brilliant start in the game against the Greys. Young Lasith Cruz-Pulle was outstanding on that day. So can he continue his good work? Can Kusal Mendis come out with something special? And how will the Greens set about trying to defend this target?
Well, the Reds have a very strong batting line. As you said, Cruz-Pulle at the top. He's got a half century in the previous game. Kusal Mendis, he was in good nick. They got Kamidu Mendes. They got Manindu Hasaranga. They bat fairly deep. Sahan Arachige. So they got a good batting unit. So I think we got a game on hand here. And don't forget that the Greens' spin bowling attack is also very strong. Lakshan Sandakan, Nimesh Vimukti is into this side. They got Jeffrey Van der Zee. So it's going to be a tough battle. It will be very keenly contested from what I can see. And it's going to be spin straight away from the Greens. And they've thrown the ball up to Nimesh Vimukti.
Yeah, Nimesh Vimukti is a bit of a white ball specialist as far as we know. Did play in the LPL. He had a very good LPL, the second one. But Lasith Cruz-Pulle, look at his record. Good strike rate. Just 23 years of age. Early stages in his career. Just 30 games in his career. And it's a fledgling kind of career for Lasith Cruz-Pulle. But Kusal Mendis, on the other hand, is an experienced player. Nimesh Vimukti hails from Panadura Sports Club. Bukwella is standing at the head umpire's position, and we also have Ravindra Bimalasiri, who is the leg umpire. Right, this is Kusal Mendis for you. 27 years. For someone as young as 27, that's a lot of experience. Almost 4,000 runs in T20 cricket, 156 games. He's at the non-strikers end. We're going to see the first ball with a long off out. Come better. And a mid-wicket out on the boundary as well. And Nimesh Vimukti has a slip in. Mid-on saving 1, 3 others on the offside and 2 just behind square leg. Tends to kind of drift into the pads. He's not a big turner of the ball, Nimesh Vimukti, but someone that brings the ball in with the arm, tends to fire the ball in, slides on with the arm. So that's the reason why he's got 2 men behind square leg. He's also got a mid-wicket on the boundary. He'll look to try and start outside the off stump if he can.
He also gets very wide at the crease and brings that angle into the right-hander. Interesting to see what Kusal Mendis would have in mind, how the Reds want to get about it. Whether they want to start big, or whether they want to make sure that they don't lose wickets during the power play. and take it deep and take it into the deep end to maybe fancy something around 7 or 8 runs and over, or even 10. Oh, there is a shout. Kusal Mendes was trying to hit that into the cover region, and again quicker through the air. Mukti, and that angle that he creates, definitely no turn going on with the
I think the key was the bounce 2 balls ago. That delivery, did it turn? That's the question. But he's definitely getting a little bit. That previous one bounced a bit. This one I thought got stuck in the pitch. Kusal Mendes was playing a little bit too early. Yeah, he's looking to slow it up. He's looking to slow it up just around that off stump. Finds Kusal Mendes pushing at those deliveries. So it's a good start to the over. He's bowled 3 dot balls already.
This is good from young Vimukti. Bowling to his field. He's kept Kusal Mendes quiet for 4 deliveries.
A good first over so far. He needs to finish strong. Yeah, he's rushing in a little bit. He's getting a little bit of pace off the track. That angle, the slide on. It's 1 without loss. One without loss. It's a lovely evening at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. This is the last ball of that last over. Just a little bit. Going with the arms, sliding on. This is Kusal Mendes playing down 5 dot deliveries.
Excellent start for the Greens. Just 1 run coming off that over. Pace from this end. Nuan Tushara. Nuan Tushara will start proceedings from this end. Didn't have the best of outings in the first game. Will definitely want to improve on that. But look at this field. He's got a deep square leg. Just 3 men on the onside. Starts off with a poor delivery. Lasit Cruz Pulle might have felt that he would have been more happier to get bat on that.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery. That was a wild delivery. Got the feeling that it slipped out of his hand. Unless he's perspiring. Let's see. Look at the release. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, well, it certainly swung back at the wicket keeper. Going way down the leg side that time. Yeah, it appears to have slipped out of his hand. That's a better line. That's the line he'll have to bowl. Just looking to try and push it up and get some outswing going very early. I heard Niroshan Dikwella say, "Come on, Male." So he's referred to as the Podi Malinga, is it? We'll have to find out Favish Maharu field. No, this is that last delivery. Just getting a little bit of shape. Two Podi Malingas, Matisha and Nuan Tushar both. Apesh. Good fielding at short extra cover. Loves him a single, but one thing that is quite visible with Cruz Pulle is when it's pitched up, he's looking to go through that offside. He's not afraid to play his shots. Tall player, loves to drive on the up.
Looks a very strong front foot player. He likes that ball coming on to him, pitched up. He will go through the line. But Nuan Tushara has had a good comeback after that first wide delivery so far.
Mendes on strike. Wide slip in. Again straight to the man at extra cover. He's going for that length delivery with a little bit of outswing. Getting just a little bit of shape. I think it's Vimukti. Nimesh Vimukti at short extra cover. So he's got the right idea. He's searching for some movement.
It comes naturally with this action, isn't it? Sometimes it just goes right across the right-hander. Tushara. Now you see a change in the field. The slip is coming out to a short mid-wicket position.
Spoken about the importance of his wrist position. The wrist is so important. Need to have the wrist right behind the ball. That's a quick single to Kusal Mendis, who's not looked himself. Struggled a bit. He's off the mark after 7 deliveries. Kruspulle 2. So it's a kind of a slow start because it's been 2 fairly steady overs so far.
It's a very cautious start from the Reds.
Don't forget that the gates are open, gates are free. If you want to come and watch, you could. There are a few people present at the ground. Not large in terms of numbers. We know that Premadasa can really have a full house and it can have great atmosphere. But we do have a few people that have turned up. That's very encouraging to come and watch a domestic game. And quite a few of them. They're keen cricket fans watching the game. Obviously, they got their supporters, they got their supporting team. They're parked close to that dressing room, which is generally occupied by the home team.
This one driven, but straight to a fielder. A good over comes to end courtesy of Nuan Tushara. It's 5 for none. The Reds.
Right, 5 without loss in 2 overs. Kusal Mendis struggling to time the ball. Another look at the schedule of this SLC Sky Exchange Invitation T20 League, which is powered by DAFA News. So this is match number 3. The target is 162 for the Reds. Vimukti continues. Inside out, down towards long off. Good effort, good effort.
No.
Just manages to get his fingers underneath it but cannot hold on. It's worth taking another look of that effort. It was a brilliant effort by Ramesh Mendis. He's an all-round cricketer. Let's take a look. Down the wicket, just trying to open himself up a little bit. Ramesh Mendis had a lot of ground to cover. Not an easy catch. Great effort.
There you go. Kruspulle trying to go inside out on that occasion. For one moment, I thought Nimesh Mukti followed him as well. Down the track again. This time he goes over long on. And has that gone all the way? It's a check from umpire Rambukwala. Lasit Kruspulle not afraid to come down the track. He knows that Vimukti is not really spinning the ball. So he's not afraid to come down the track. Let's take a look at that again. Did it went over that line? We're still waiting for the umpires whether it is a boundary or a 6. Nevertheless, it was a good shot from Lasit Kruspulle, breaking the shackles. He knows that they can't allow a lot of dot balls. Lyndon Hannibal is having a good look at that one.
six to me. Looks to be hitting the rope on the full or just eluding it. I don't know. It's a little bit tough. Or did it bounce inside? Looks like it bounced inside. Looks like 4. I thought it was, my initial reaction looked 6, but I think it just pitched inside. Yes, it pitched inside and it's 4. Should be, I think it should be 4, but they're just not sure because, see, sometimes 1 or 2 runs can decide the fate of the game. So they're just not taking any chances, the umpires. Yeah, that's true. I think that looks the right decision, the boundary. But it was a very good shot because, as you said, he's not turning, so he can afford to go over mid-on. Good fielding. So what Lasith Kruspul is doing well, he's looking to come down the pitch and hit through the line. Not taking any risks, and there is no risk because there is no turn. If he can find some turn off the track, then it'll be different. Now mid-on goes down to the boundary, mid-wicket comes in, which is a good move, which means Lasith Kruspul will need to drag it if he's going to go to mid-wicket.
Nice, Vadda.
Intelligent cricket from Kruspul. Just pushing it down, hitting a single. Now Kusal Mendis needs to get his get a move on. He's faced 8 balls for his 1. Let's see what Mendis has in store. And he goes down on one knee. He loves playing that shot, Kusal Mendis, and it is a good effect. It's a boundary. This is a good over for the Reds. Kusal Mendis, he loves to play that shot, isn't it?
Yeah, 11 runs in the over so far. It's turning out to be a big over. They're compensating for what they missed out in the first 2 overs. Kusal Mendis getting a delivery that was short, and that becomes quite easy. No square leg, and Jeffrey Van der Sey, however quick he may be, just couldn't get across. Goes again from outside the off stump, and that's 4 more runs. So big over, massive over. 16 runs off that over. 20 without loss.
So this is how the points table is standing at the moment. The Blues have 2 points, so does the Reds. The Greys and the Greens are yet to get points on the board. It'll be interesting to see who comes out victorious today.
"20 without loss, 3 overs completed." Nuwan Tushara continues. That's too easy. That is far, far too easy. Over mid-wicket 4. Short delivery, a short arm jab from Lasith Kruspul. Just doing it too easily. It's a boundary off the first ball.
What I like in Lasith Kruspul is that he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just went through it and just knocked it over. As you said, a short arm jab. That was enough to get them a boundary. Now, this is not the best of starts for this over from Nuwan Tushara as the bowler is under pressure.
Looks a special talent, Lasith Kruspul. Promised a lot as a young schoolboy cricketer. He's on now and showing his powers. More runs down to third man. That's a boundary. This is good cricket. Very, very sensible cricket. Using the pace of the ball, timing it well, playing it late. And just look at that, the glide. Perfect.
He knows exactly where the fielders are, Roshan. That is the key here for Lasith Kruspul. And he quite correctly said, played it very late, waited till the last minute, because he knew that that third man was quite fine, or rather wider. So he made sure that he got it exactly where he wanted. 8 runs off the over. So far, just 2 balls gone. Nuan Tushar under pressure.
Second ball wasn't a bad ball at all. He just made use of it. Used the pace, used the vacant area. Wide, wide. Poor delivery, poor delivery. You heard a grunt. I wonder whether it was the wicket keeper or the bowler, but it was a fairly loud grunt. More than a grunt, it was a shout, I think, of anguish. Because that has a lot to do with the disappointment. You get hit for 2 boundaries and then you follow it up with a rather poor delivery down the leg side, which is wide. Now what happens here? Third man comes into the circle. Now this is a very difficult line to bowl because he's having a square leg and a long on. He's having third man out, so is he going to take the pace of the ball? Where is he going to bowl? Can't afford to bowl straight. It's a big gap on the offside, on the onside rather, to mid wicket. Yeah, that appeared to be the plan. Pace of the ball.
There's also an element of risk. He was trying to go in for that slow ball Yorker. If he had missed it, that mid wicket is inside the circle. There's a big gap on the onside. So a challenge on Nuan Tushar's hand.
So Kusal Mendes on strike, 9 of 10. Goes square, straight to the man at cover. He's not happy. That was hit off the middle of the bat. Just couldn't find that gap. But what about Lasith Cruz-Pulle? He's just carrying on from where he left off in that previous game. Wonderful half century. Took on the Greys. Just hit them to all parts of the ground. And now he's got 19 of 11 and in quick time. He's at the non-striker's end.
Driven, but just a single. Again, pace of the ball from Nuan Tushar. So he's now realized that it might be the best way to go about, because he was trying to bowl quite quick. And then this is Lasith Cruz-Pulle, who got a half century in the game against the Greys. He was very severe on anything short. He likes to play a square of the wicket. Short hand jabs and then going inside out. We saw him do that today as well.
Looks very good, doesn't he? Looks in very good form. High and high and high. Just over mid-off. Chandimal will haul it inside. Couple of runs to end the over. Another big one. 33 without loss, 4 overs gone. So 33 without loss, 10 dots, but they're starting to catch up with those 5 boundaries. .33 without loss. Dhananjay Lakshan mixes things up. Right arm medium pace. That economy rate is slightly on the higher side. 33 wickets. Best of 3 for 17. Another Richmond diet. Lots of players been produced by that great college from Gaul. Starts off with a short delivery. Kusal Mendes just not getting hold of it. Only a single. Just bowls that in swing. Takes a lot of pace off the ball. Tends to mix it up. Can be a pretty useful kind of bowler in this The shortest format of the game. Useful cricketer in this format of the game. Good all-round cricketer.
He got a lot of variations, isn't he? Slow ball, a knuckle ball, slow ball back of the hand. Someone that was found out after the first LPL. Did have a decent LPL to start with, and then was picked up by one of the franchises in the T10 tournament in Abu Dhabi. Did well again. I think if I remember right, that same team won the championship. Just have to keep on performing. He's knocking on the door, went a few tours with the national team as well. Good prospect. Can open the batting, can play those little cameos at number 6 and number 7. Decent fielder, as you mentioned, from Gaul. So many cricketers being produced by Richmond College, for the system especially.
Just a hint of movement back into the right-hander. Kusal Mendis at the moment just happy with those singles. Hasn't really been timing the ball well. Did get 2 boundaries in 1 over of Nimesh Vimukti, but other than that, he's not been timing the ball, hasn't been able to really find those gaps. But Lasith Cruspoli, on the other hand, 22 of 13. He's going at a very good rate of scoring. Slow one, hit firmly to mid-off. Not timing.
This is what you'll see from Dhananjay Lakshan. Lots of variations. Cruspoli batted really well last game, just continuing his good work. Kusal Mendis happy to play the second fiddle, just being the steady player at the moment. I'm pretty sure Kusal Mendis got to make a move as well. It's chasing 161. It's a big score under the circumstances. Another in-swinger. Good bit of field placement by Dasun Shanak, who has long on and deep square leg, especially with the 2 right-handers. Dhananjay Lakshan bringing it in.
So lots of chat about between Dasun Shanaka, then the other senior statesman Dinesh Chandimal. Captaining the SLC Greens, the Sri Lankan T20 captain, the white ball captain, Dasun Shanaka, placing himself at extra cover. Slow one, just to the right of mid-wicket. Good work in the deep. He'll come back for 2, a little chip in the air by Kusal Mendis, but safe. Jeffrey Van der Sey has been doing a lot of work in the deep, 39 without loss.
And neatly played by Kusal Mendis, picking up the slow ball pretty early. Timing was good, and the field at long on, Jeffrey Van der Sey had to sprint across probably 30 to 40 meters. Did well, valiant effort. This is what you want in T20 cricket. 6 runs is that over by Dhananjay Lakshan. Plenty of spin options available for Dasun Shanaka. I think one of them are coming into the attack 1 over before, or the last over before the power play.
That's a pretty impressive record for Van der Sey. Good economy rate for a leg spinner. Just over 7 runs. A best of 6 for 25. He's done well for himself in the recent past. Jeffrey Van der Sey played a test match. And now very much part of the Sri Lanka's white ball planning. Bowling in the last of the power plays.
I think since he changed his clubs in the final last year against Ragam, I think he picked up 5 wickets in the finals. Ever since then, I just feel a different Jeffrey Van der Sey. During the Zimbabwe series up in Pallakale, the ODI series where Vanidhu Hasranga did not play due to injury. He bowled there well. Ever since then, I think he's slowly but surely just keeping up with his performances, having his name around. Mentioned about one of the spinners backing up with the Mahesh Theekshana and Vanidhu Hasaranga. That's what you can do. You got two world-class spinners up in Mahesh Theekshana and Vanidhu Hasaranga representing. All you could do is players like Jeffrey Van Der Sey. So keep performing, just keep knocking on the door. And I see a big difference, Roshan. That's a beautiful shot by Kusal Mendes. Much flatter. Kusal Mendes will pounce on anything short and wide. It's a rare loose delivery by Jeffrey Van Der Sey, who did bowl really well the other night.
Short and wide that time. Not easy to bowl at this stage, the power plays. The margin for error is very little. You don't have the type of cover as a leg spinner. Wasn't all that short, but Kusal Mendes just rocking back quickly. Again, this time finds the fieldsman. Needs to try and bowl a little bit straighter, I think. Just bowling wide of the off stump. 2 balls to go in the over.
Nice,
That's
nice.
more
Good
like it.
bowling.
That's the line.
And the length, I think the perfect length. Batsman coming into the front foot, never easy. Final delivery before the power play ends.
Oh, yes, good bowling. Macha.
Single of the last
Good
ball
Vanda.
in this SLC Sky Exchange Invitation T20 League 2022 game. Powered by Dafa News. Reds are 45 without loss at the end of 6.
End of the power play, run rate of 7.5 and a required of 8.36. I think now the game is all about spin. Lakshan Sadakan, Jeffrey Van Der Sey, Nimesh Vimukti, Ramesh Mendes. There's plenty of options for Dasun Chanaka in his disposal.
Right, power play is done and dusted. Now this is the second power play. 45 without loss in 6 overs. Kruspulle and Kusal Mendes. Now this is a critical stage of the game. 2 attacking bowlers, Lakshan Sandakan and the leg spin of Van Der Sey. And what would be the plan of the Reds batsmen? Will they looking to be milking the bowling or looking to try and take them on? Just put those plans of Dasun Shanaka slightly off target. Interesting to see how they'll set about against this man, Lakshan Sandakan. Experience campaigner. They've hit that deep extra cover, a couple of runs easily. Just going wide of the off stump, Sandakan. So that's a good start for Kusal Mendes to the over.
The difference in this game compared to the 2 games in the first day is the batting in the power play. We saw in the first innings, Dick Queller was a steady batsman, and now Kruspulle and Kusal Mendes steadying the ship, laying the foundation of a big chase of 161 under the circumstances. This is T20 cricket all about. The power play, you set the tone for the rest of the batters, come out there and express themselves. That's where the top order batsmen got to do their job more often than not. And for the spinners, I think Nimesh Mukti, Lakshan Sandakan, Jeffrey Van Der Sey, Ramesh Mendes. It's about picking up wickets in the end. You just cannot try to bog down the batsman with dot deliveries. You have to pick up wickets, especially when you have a batting lineup of the names what Reds possess.
Looking very comfortable at the moment, the Reds.
Easy.
Just a deft touch, another single. At the moment, it's risk-free cricket. They don't seem like getting out. Kusal Mendes appears to have got over that initial period. He's going at a runner ball. Kruspulle is doing extremely well. 25 of 17. So far, 4 runs of 3 balls.
Oh, yes! Beautiful bowling, Sandakan.
They need
Beautiful,
to try
Sandakan.
and bowl some dot balls to create that pressure. They need
Come
to
on,
try and
Sandakan.
string a few dots together. At the moment, singles, twos, quite easily done by the Reds.
Shot this time, Kusal Mendes.
Bat එක
Gets
ball
it
එනවා.
through the cover point. And Nimesh Muikti at cover point spins across.
එහෙනම් මේක ගන්න.
Saves 2 runs for the Greens. I think this is where Lakshan Sanagan got to be more consistent. Right throughout his career, he's been guilty of bowling short. And that's why the players in the team as well has not been consistently there or thereabout. And up against a world-class player like Kusal Mendis, that's why he has to be even more consistent, trying to knock off a batsman of Kusal Mendis'
එකයි.
stature. Fuller this time to the leg side, flicking towards mid-wicket for a single. 7 gone. Reds 52 for no loss. Cruz Pulley of 25, Kusal Mendis 25. Cruz Pulley just getting 17 deliveries and Kusal Mendis 25. At the moment, the required run rate slowly but surely creeping up, 8.46. Ideally for Reds, one of these batsmen got to at least bat till about 17th over, trying to steady the ship. The rest of the batters helping him out with little cameos.
The consistency of the Reds openers once more on display. Another good opening partnership. 52 without loss, 7 overs completed. Going at better than 7 runs an over.
උඩින් ඉන්න.
Well, the Greens are desperate for some wickets, for some breakthroughs here. Van der Sar,
දෙක දෙන්න
he's
බා.
an option, a good wicket taking option. He's now has protection on the boundary, 3 on the leg side, with Kusal Mendis on strike and 2 on the offside boundary, long off and deep cover. So Van der Sar will be looking to try and dislodge here.
Ow!
Dick Weller behind the stumps,
Near my
always an
Japan,
interesting proposition. Always you could hear him coming up with views and ideas and strategies, thoughts. Listen to him yelling.
Near my Jeff.
This time a single. I wonder whether our viewers could pick up what
Backup
we
කරන්න.
hear on the stump mic.
Backup කරන්න පොඩ්ඩක්.
And Niroshan Dick Weller has so much of advice to offer. And he keeps calling players by different names. Vanda, Jeff, Veda to Nimesh Vimukti. He's an interesting guy.
And Papa to Prabhat Jayasuriya.
Is it Papa or Pabba? Somebody said Pabba, but is it actually Papa?
Your guess is good as mine, Roshan. I thought it's Papa, but Dick Weller, he's just a great character to have around. And today he's batted so well. Batted right throughout the innings. Steadied the green ship. Right, with Kusal Mendis and Cruz Pulley, ideally a boundary over and 5 singles or 4
Yeah, Van der Sar.
singles will do the job. But what are the boundary options? So Kusal Mendis, I feel like over extra cover the inside out, or maybe the reverse sweep, or the slog sweep towards mid-wicket. There's a big gap between mid-wicket and square leg. Those are the options.
Oh, no, gone.
At the moment, it's been good for Van der Sar. He's doing a good job. He's just making sure that it's singles that he leaks. 3 singles of 5 balls with 2 dots. He needs to finish well. Now the requirement is 107 of 73. That's not frightening. In the modern T20 game, it's very gettable with wickets in hand.
දෙන්න බා. නියම ගාන.
Good finish. Very good finish to the over. 55 without loss.
Wonderful over by Jeffrey Van der Sar, just 3 runs. Balls since last boundary, 15 deliveries. That's how well the Greens have bowled and fielded, piling up the pressure on Reds. The first 6 overs, the power play. Kusal Mendis and Cruz Pulley started really well. It was a beautiful shot by Cruz Pulley over long on. Bread and butter for Kusal Mendis. Anything short down the leg side, he absolutely loves it.
අයියෝ.
Decent delivery taken off the stumps. A couple of beautiful shots by Cruz Pulley, finishing on the end power play for the Reds.
තමා.
In the previous game, during the power play, they made 62 without loss, slightly lesser, but 2 half-century opening stands. They batted for 12 overs in the previous game. No man's land.
දාන්න. මතෝ.
Very lucky there, Kusal Mendes, trying to go probably over long off for a 6, mainly because of the last 2 of Jeffrey Vandersay just giving away 3 runs. First ball from Yoshimukti. Patum Nisanka, valiant effort, but just not good enough to get there. Straight away, the pressure can be seen. The first delivery, going for that risky stroke.
එකයි. වැඩි තල්ලු කරනවා
Seem
කැපෙන
to
දේ
have
බෝල්ට.
the area as well covered, Dasun Shanaka.
වමත. කමන්නේ එක ගහන්න දෙන්න.
A conventional field for the left-arm spinner, right-hander batting. Short extra cover point, third man, short fine leg, saving the single. Sweeper cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Field saving the single.
එකයි රන් අවුට් ඇතිර දාගන්න.
That is good running, very good running. Nimek Shimukti was firing it down to leg side, and Kusal Mendes and Bruce Pulle understanding every run is important. This is the urgency you need when you're chasing down a big score.
කොහොම ඉන්න කමන්නේ.
This is confidence. See the fluency of the call, turning for 2. It's very important. Ramesh Mendes was charging. Good pick up and throw, not enough.
නියම ගාන.
They're trying the time for the big one. I mentioned in my previous over, chasing down a big score, required right just under 9. It's about getting a boundary early on and then working those singles. I think this is where the Greens have put a lot of breaks in those overs since the power play, not giving the easy boundaries.
Finally, it had to happen. They'll have to take a chance. Mendes took a chance, didn't get away with it.
That's absolutely plumb in front. Nimesh Shumukti slowing it down, wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit. Exactly what Kusal Mendes did. We were speaking about for a long time. Who's going to take that risk? This time it was Kusal Mendes. That was straight. Easy decision for Pregit Rambukwala to rule captain of the Reds, Kusal Mendes, out. Mendes gone for 30. Reds 61 for 1.
මාරු වෙන්න. මට අන්තිමට ඒකට වගේ වෙයි ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ කුටි දිහා දාන්න වෙයි.
Bhanuka Rajapaksa, the strike rate 138. A lot of runs, 2,200 plus, 122 games for the 30-year-old. Good T20 player at any level.
Definitely the Greens will want Rajapaksha back. We all know if he gets going what kind of damage he could do. Rajapaksha is here because of this. Captain Kusal Mendes trying to go for that slog sweep. Dikwala knew it. Nimesh Shumukti knew it. And Pregit Rambukwala doing the honours.
Great relief for him because in the second over he was hit for some runs. So given the ball again by Dasun Shanaka, how confident he was to use him, and he delivers.
Nicely bowled, nicely bowled. Tricky single to start with for Bhanu Rajapaksha. 9 gone, Reds 62 for 1. Successful over for the Greens. So 7 runs on the wicket of Kusal Mendes. Slowly but surely the required rate is climbing. At the moment it's 9.9. And this is the man had to be speaking about the third over and the fourth over, doing the bulk of the runs for the Greens. Ever since then, it's quite steady. The Greens have been, especially the spin department.
So the left-hander in the middle, and Ramesh Mendis called in 4 for 17, his best economy rate, manageable, just under 7, 42 wickets.
පසිමක්‍රම නෙවෙයි ඉස්සරහට දාන්න කපලා. බෑකප් කරන්න.
Just early days here for Rajapaksa. He would want to just rotate the strike, get a few hits under his belt.
Spot on. I think every batsman in this
Bala,
pitch
Duran.
will take a couple of overs to get themselves in. Not only the eye, the pace of the pitch.
Putting in.
As once you do that, just as Niroshan Dikwala showed in the first innings, it's all about the start, and then you just carry on with the job. I think that's where, if the Reds to win, I think one of these batters got to at least battle the 17th over, and ideally Rajapaksha playing those cameos we all seen before.
නියමයි.
Cruz Pulle, meanwhile, holding his end up, continuing from the half century he made in the first game.
A lot of batting to come as well for the Reds. Kamida Mendis, Vanidu Hasaranga, Sahana Arachige, all could bat. I just feel Banu Rajapaksha's wicket is going to be the crucial point in this game. Why I say that, the 6 hit in progress. But very good running. Easy couple runs for Banu Rajapaksha. Progress what Banuka shows, hitting sixes, I think that may be the difference in these two teams.
Yes, neatly played between Van der Sey and Nuanidu Fernando. He knew the moment he left the bat there was 2 in it.
Yeah, nice.
Good comeback delivery and a good shot. Not trying to do anything fancy and risky.
Smart bowling, isn't it? Just 4 runs of 4 deliveries. Just getting through the overs without knowing the Reds. The run rate just creeps up. All you want to do is get the required rate into the double digits, and all of a sudden, panic my set. This is overthrow luckily for the Greens. Jeffrey Van der Sey was aware and quite prior active. Ran across and saved that single.
In the previous game, it was a different story. Good work by Van der Sey. Came a long way.
Easy.
Never miss out on all those runs. 10 gone. Reds are 68 for 1 in reply.
It's a good start by Ramesh Mendis, just 6 runs. And the last 30 deliveries, just 29 runs being given away by Greens. That's excellent stuff. Trying to defend this moderate score of 160. The time since last boundary, 27 deliveries before. Piling on the pressure on the Reds.
Second 30 coming in, run a ball. The last game, after 10 overs, the openers are still there, and they had gone at 8 and over, slightly slower on this occasion.
Sandakan poured back into the attack. 4 fielders saving the single shot, mid-wicket shot, fine leg, short extra cover, short third man. 5 fielders petrol in the boundary, long on, long off, sweeper cover, deep mid, and deep square leg. What's the tactics going to use by Cruz Pulle? Someone has to play that aggressive innings. Straight away this time, extra, what a catch! Jeffrey Van der Sey at short extra cover. It was something special. That's what Greens needed, and Jeffrey Van der Sey provides it. What a wonderful catch.
A member of the magic circle, I should say. Perfect timing in his leap. Cruz Pulle tried one over his head. Sandakan has provided the breakthrough only because of this brilliant stuff.
Sander definitely can. And that was helped out by Jeffrey Van der Sey. Elated Lakshan Sander can. From middle of the air. Cruz Pulle batted well for 31. Red 68 for 2.
මදම තියන් යා මෙතන ගහුවොත් එකයිනේ එකේ එකේ වගේ ගියපුදින් කමන්නේ නැහැ ගහන්න ඕන තව ගොඩක් පස්සර අදින්න
Two left-handers as Kamidu Mendis comes out to the middle. Strike rate is good, 129. Played 43 games. The 23-year-old.
උඩින් ඉන්න
Also
උඩින්
from Richmond goal.
Kamidu Mendis is here because Cruz Pulle was taken at extra cover by Jeffrey Van der Sey with something special. I just thought it was just 2 runs. All of a sudden we
නියමයි සඳකයි නියමයි සඳා
have to commentate saying he's been well caught. That's sort of a moment, that moment. Exactly what the Greens needed. Break the partnership and break the backbone of these innings. Cruz Pulle,
තව
settled
දෙකක් ගියාම හරි
batsman.
තව දෙකක් ගියාම හරි ළමයි එන්න
Banu Rajapaksa still getting his eye in.
ළමයි එන්න
Take a look at it.
come on boys come on
Wow.
boys
More we look at it, we just go wow, even more.
come on
The last game, he was good with the ball in hand. Picked up 3 for 12 in his 4 overs. Jeffrey Van der Sey. Rajapaksa taking his time.
එකයි easy easy easy
But Lakshan Sandakan doing well. He's not giving any pace to the batsman. Slower he bowls, I think the batsman got to make the pace. It's not easy in this surface. That's where the wrist spinners will be very handy in this sort of surfaces.
එකයි නියමයි සඳකයි
Because
ටික ටික දෙන්න
there's
කමන්නේ
plenty of runs to be scored, the bowlers are confident to bowl to their strength also, which gives them that little bit of extra
come on boys
as far
come on boys
as
ඔක්කොම උදව් වෙන්න
the bowling department is concerned.
Absolutely, I think 160 in these conditions is definitely a winning score. And that was done
අයියෝ එන්න
because
එන්න
of one batter batting through the innings. 2 runs been called by Banu Rajapaksa. This is good stuff. Very good running, good communication among the 2 batsmen. Straight away, as soon as ball went to short mid wicket, Banu Rajapaksa called for 2 runs. It's good intensity, beg your pardon. It's good to see, very good to see.
නියම සඳකයි
Shadows lengthened and the lights have been switched on at
තව දෙයක් ගියාම හරි දෙයක් ගියාම හරි
in Ketarama.
උදව් වෙන්න ළමයි
Beautiful delivery, beautiful. End of the 11th over. Reds 73 for 2. Two wickets gone for Reds. Kamidu Mendis and Banu Rajapaksha are the batsmen in the middle. The batsmen now are Kusal Mendis and Cruz Pulle. These are the match summaries so far. Greens winning the toss, batting first. 161 for 6. Thank mainly to the Quellers, 76 of 56. Asita Fernando started well. And for the Reds in reply, 73 for 2 in 11 overs. Cruz Pulle gone for 31. Kusal gone for 30. And Sandakan and Vimukti are the successful bowlers. Reds need the required rate of 9.89.
Yeah, Dikwell had 3 good partnerships in that innings. Steadied it.
නියමයි එකයි නියමයි වෙන්න
You want to say, quick to move across.
නියමයි
In case if viewers are wondering at home why Jeffrey Van der Sey has been taken off, that's mainly because 2 left-handers on strike. This is the modern day thinking. And also Nimesh Murthy just has 1 over, picked up a wicket, was taken straight away taken off because of Banu Rajapaksha. With Sandakan and Ramesh Mendis taking the ball away from the left-hander. That's the tactic being used by Dasun Shanaka.
They have cut down on the boundaries, which adds to the pressure on the two batters. It's 35 balls since the last boundary was scored. So that's good work, not only on the part of the bowlers, but also the fielders. Good control on the field by Dasun Shanaka.
It's about piling up the pressure by making sure easy boundaries are not being given. I think that's where Dasun Shanaka's captaincy has been really impressive in this game. Bringing his changes, he's been very proactive, identifying the areas where the batsmen are trying to hit, covering those areas. 86 need of 51. Greens will be feeling just 1 wicket away. And that's possibly the man on the screen now.
He goes inside out. Good bit of fielding. That's commitment on the boundary.
Back up.
Great work.
The absolutely brilliant stuff by Pathum Nissank at the sweeper cover. It was forwarded all over it. Sprinted across and saved an important 2 runs for the Greens. Commitment at its best.
So Rajapaksa knows he can't wait too long. He wants to get a move on. He'll have to take a risk, I must say. Well set, but straight to the field.
Yeah, unlucky there, Banu Rajapaksha. Either side of the short fine leg fielder would have been a boundary, especially down the leg side, firing it in. Slightly round armish, a variation which Ramesh Mendis have worked his way during training.
Won't get the boundary again. Well bowled, Ramesh Mendis. So end of 12. Reds chasing 80 for 2.
$80 for 2 is the Reds' reply. Bhanuka Rajapaksa and Kamidu Mendes, they'll need a partnership here. 8 overs remaining. The Greens were 85 at that stage. Dhananjay Lakshan comes in. He's had 1 over for 6 runs.
Will that be a wide? It is. He was looking to come down the pitch and charge him. Dhananjay Lakshan taking pace of the ball. Dickwella not happy, but I'm sure it cut the tram lines, that's for sure, because it kept going. It was a cutter, I thought, but it just kept going. Let's take a look. Clearly, I felt it cut the tram lines. Yes, it did. It did cut the tram lines, that's for sure. That's the marker, that's the indicator that the umpires generally use. Inside edge. Pace of the ball appears to be the plan for the Greens, because Dhananjay Lakshan is just looking to try and take a lot of pace off the ball.
And he's a bowler who does that quite often, isn't it, Roshan? He will take the pace off the ball a lot. He'll bowl that off cutter. He'll try to bowl a leg cutter, maybe angle a little bit, roll his fingers over. So he'll do various things. But Bhanuka Rajapaksa, I think, will hold the key where the Reds are concerned.
Very much so. 80 of 47 balls is gettable, which is about 10 runs and over, little bit more than 10 runs and over, but it's not a frightening ask. I mean, in the modern game, you know that batsmen just hit sixers for fun. So it just becomes pretty gettable. Down the ground, punch down the ground. They're running the first run hard. They need a second. They're coming back for two. Good running, always. This is one aspect of the batsmanship amongst many that has really gone through the roof in T20 cricket or modern cricket. The running, amazing. Just take another look. Just look at the urgency. Look at the non-strikers just turning and running to the danger end. And thereby quite a few minutes, quite a few seconds to spare. So it tells you the intensity, tells you the concentration. Short ball in there. How far has it gone? One bounce for four. He's picking his gaps. Don't bowl that length to Bhanuka Rajapaksa at this pace.
You just can't afford to drop it short. Dhananjay Lakshan was trying to take the pace off the ball, but it was easy pickings. Thank you very much for Bhanuka Rajapaksa. You know how hard he can hit that ball. I was surprised that he didn't go all the way.
I think why it didn't go all the way is he bowled it into the pitch. A lot of pace off the ball, so it really didn't arrive. So Rajapaksa really couldn't get his timing right, but he got the gap. So 88 for 2. He's already got 8 runs off the first 3 deliveries. There was a wide of the first ball, so basically 3 deliveries bowled. So they're keeping up with the rate of scoring. All the Reds would want is 1 or 2 big overs just to try and bring things under control. But on the other hand, the Greens, they need to just keep knocking at the wickets. They just need to be dismissing batsmen. Rajapaksa on strike. 3 balls to go in the over. Again, a lot of pace off the ball. But at this stage, the Reds wouldn't mind singles because they got the requirement up in the first 3 balls, 8 runs. Now they've got 9. They're looking at about 10 and a bit per over. They got 2 balls left.
And once again, Roshan, Dhananjay Lakshan, he's not really lived up to his expectation with the bat and ball. I thought he was such a inspiration when he came early on in the stage, to the big stage at the LPL. But then again, at crucial moments when he's been given the ball or whether he's batting, he's not really been able to deliver. Stamped down the ground. Coming the Mendes will take a single. So they got the 10 runs off this over. So they wouldn't mind. T20 cricket, modern day cricket, 10 runs is just a walk in the park sometimes. Roshan, when you have top quality batsmen like Bhanuka Rajapaksa out there in the centre.
Yeah, the Greens will have to juggle their bowling around very carefully. Obviously, the seamers haven't been able to be too successful. They got their work cut out. Over the top. May not go all the way. In fact, they'll come back quite easily for 2. So it is a big over. They scored runs of almost every delivery, 12 of it, 92 for 2. That's a look at the outskirts and the greater Colombo area. Well, that's what the drone gives you. And it gives you some amazing pictures. It just... This is where the Reds are at the moment. They're looking good at the moment. Kusal out for 30, Crucible for 31. But Bhanuka Rajapaksa, he is shaping up quite well. 20 of 15. Kamindu Mendes, 7 of 7, taking his time.
And also the batting to come, Hasaranga Arachiki and Madhushankar. They are very good power hitters.
ඕනේ නම් ඉතින් මේක මෙහාට දාලා අරක දාගන්න ඉතින්. සඳකන් ඉක්මන් කරන්න ඕක කර කර ඉන්න බා ඉක්මන් දාන්න.
The sun setting, the skyline of Colombo. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? The pictures are breathtaking. It's amazing. It's awesome. You call it whatever you want to. Right, Kamidu Mendis on strike. It's Lakshan Sandakan.
එකයි වැන්ඩ ඔයාරින් ඉන්න
Starts off with a single. Now Sandakan has bowled well. He's gone for just
Vanda,
13
Vanda.
runs of 13 deliveries. He's bowled 3 dot balls. But he's a wicket-taking option, Lakshan Sandakan. So he's obviously used to try and price out a batsman or two. At this stage, the way forward for the Greens is to try and dent this rate. And how do you do that? You do that with wickets.
Short,
නියමයි,
pulled away,
නියමයි,
but
Sandakan.
it will find the fielder.
තේරුම් ගන්න දාන්නේ වගේ
Rajapaksa would be disappointed that that was not put away. This is the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022, powered by Dafa News, the title sponsor Sky Exchange, and the score sponsors Daras and IPG Sports.
අල්ලන්න
Down the ground. And it's all just over. Just over. Dasun Shanaka was on the boundary at long off. He wasn't really sure where he was. That was the problem. For a moment, he felt he was on the line, and he was. And this was Kamidu Mendis. Take a look. He was almost at the edge, but I think he had the allowance of another inch or two. Not sure whether that would have made a difference. But a really big blow that time.
Very, very interesting. If we maybe nowadays you find these fielders palming it in. Roshan, let's take a look at that. This is the previous next delivery, spun away from Kamidu Mendis.
එකයි easy
So they've got their runs here. They've got 9 already. They've got 1 ball left. So they're doing it well. They're getting a boundary. They're getting almost every over, which is what they need. So they're keeping abreast of what is required. So the modern T20 game is about batting deep and batting as deep as possible so that you get as close as possible to your target with wickets in hand, and then you try and size up the situation and decide what you want to do or where you would be heading in what direction. Last ball of the over. It's 101 for 2 at the moment.
Rajapaksa slices that one. And that will go down to the boundary. It's a good over for the Reds. And that's what they wanted. Sandakan short and sliced away on the offside. Bhanuka Rajapaksa is very strong, square of the wicket. It's the end of the over, 105 for 2.
Come on boys, come on boys. Sanjay.
105 for 2. The second 50 is slightly quicker than the first. 40 balls as against 40. Are we back? Are we back? So Ramesh Mendis looking to fire the ball in. Generally bowls at about 90 to 92 Ks. Ramesh Mendis bowls just a back of a length kind of delivery that makes it difficult for the batsman to play the horizontal shot.
Easy.
And on the boundary at cover only
Back
a
up,
single.
back up.
The Reds wouldn't mind it because they got almost 15 runs of that previous over. So if they can get 5 to 6 of even this over, they would be quite happy. But they will want to get the maximum that they can. The only thing is, what is the options that Dasun Shanaka has in terms of the bowlers? Jeffrey Vanders has got 2 more overs remaining. Ramesh Mendis will have 1 more after that. And there's Sandakan who has 1 more. So who would be his go-to bowlers for the remaining overs?
Yeah, he'll have to juggle around. Himself is an option. He could bowl Nuwan Tushara, who started off proceedings but gone for a few runs. But look at the runs versus balls, 56 of 34. Now that gap is reducing. They'll want to try and reduce it. That's Ramesh Mendis' slight change in the action, if you saw that. Now all these bowlers now appear to be developing different kinds of deliveries. You would see that Manidu Hasaranga does that. He bowls with the lower arm. Ramesh Mendis did that. Before that, Mahesh Theekshana did that. So these are new additions. These are little variations that bowlers try to develop as the game progresses, as they progress through their careers. So far this over, he's only been scored for or scored off are singles. 3 singles of 4 balls.
So this is a good over from Ramesh Mendis. Let's see what Manuka Rajapaksa has in mind. A boundary here will put the Reds on top.
2 balls. That's another one. That's a poor delivery. That's a poor delivery. That went down the leg side. Now that should be used more as a surprise thing rather than the stock ball. Ramesh Mendis just overdoing it just a bit. Went very square and went down the leg side. Now Ramesh Mendis would try doing that from round the wicket to a right hander, but not to a left hander.
And he was very lucky that that one was hit straight to a fielder. But it's been a decent over so far from Ramesh Mendis. 110 for 2. The Reds. Let's see how Mendis finishes off. Oh, now. Did he really miss his step? Or was it a caution for the non-striker? Push it to mid-on. They'll pick up a single. That's all they will get. The total moves on to Nelson. It's 111 for 2 at the end of the 15th.
Good comeback by Mendis. Just 6 runs off the over. And this is the groan doing its round right behind the stands. 1 6 and 8 fours. Quite a few singles in between. Not bad at all. Just 24 dot balls in the innings. Right, we're going to see some seam in the form of Nuwan Tushara. He's got 2 overs left. 5 overs into the innings. 30 balls left. And what do they have to get? 51 runs. That's Nuwan Tushara's return in his first 2 overs. He'll have to improve from here. The Greens desperately need wickets here. They need to break through. But to the credit of the Reds batsmen, this pair that has added 43 runs in 29 balls have looked untroubled. They've just enjoyed themselves. They've feasted on anything poor. And this is Kamidu Mendis on strike. Fine leg and third man inside the circle. Pace off the ball will be the plan. This is thumped down the ground. Good work in the deep. Very good work in the deep. Nimesh Vimukti keeps it down to 2. But hit with a lot of power.
Good all-round cricket. Good running. Good shot. More importantly, very good fielding. Down at long off. That should have been stopped.
Again, this is good bowling. Just going for that block hole, the Yorker length. Only a single. Precious as far as the Greens are concerned. They need to build a few deliveries like this.
Not an easy length to bowl. You need to have good control. Tushar would feel that that might be the stock ball that he's looking at, trying to try and contain these Reds batsmen. But at the moment, they look to be well on course with the 8 wickets in hand. That's the key. They got some power hitters to come in. Sahana Rachige, Lahiru Madhushankar. We all know what they can do.
Right, Bhanuka Rajapaksa. He's made 27 of 19. He's in a punishing mood. On strike. Slower delivery. Called a wide. Called a wide. That's umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri. He's very tight on those calls. He's an experienced umpire. Taking a lot of pace off the ball, but too wide.
A slow one. That was touch and go. That's a tight call.
That looks a tight one. That really looks a tight one. Swung away on the leg side, fielded well in the deep. They'll come back for 2. This is good running. Very good running, dragging it from outside the off-stump again. Pace off the ball, that is the plan for Nuwan Tushara, who's just conceded 6 runs so far of 3 deliveries. Needs to keep it tight, for the Greens. 40 of 27, 45 of 27. Sliding down the leg side, they'll get a single. Right, 2 wickets lost for the Reds. Both openers gone.
This is the first. Kusal Mendes trying to go across the line, was caught in front. And Cruz Pulley, I thought he was going well, but that was a good catch by Jeffrey Van der Zee. Good reflexes, good reaction.
The outstanding catch, very good catch by Jeffrey Van der Zee. Just timed that jump so well. He's a good fielder. Van der Zee is very quick across. 2 balls to go in the over. Again, pace of the ball, only a single. They're not being able to hit those boundaries. They're not timing them as well as they like because the ball's not coming on. So this has been a good over by Nuwan Tushara so far. Hasn't conceded a boundary, just that wide that spoiled his spell or the over. So far 8 runs.
So let's see whether Nuwan Tushara can finish off well. Rajapaksa will have definitely other ideas.
Yeah, it's a big challenge to bowl to Bhanuka Rajapaksa in this form. Again, pace of the ball. He finishes well, Nuwan Tushara. It's 119 for 2, 16 overs completed.
Wicket each for Nimesh Vimukti and Lakshan Sandakan. This won't find the boundary. See, of the last 10 overs, Greens managed 90 runs, 99 runs actually, losing 3 wickets. And the last 5 overs they made 50, losing 2. almost a similar asking rate. 51 runs off the last 5 overs for the Reds. Defending a total is different to accumulating those runs first up.
Tried to go over extra cover this time, Banu Rajapaksha. A similar stage, Greens were 128 for 5, Reds are at 121 for 2. 3 wickets difference, but sometimes wickets in hand, you always say when you're chasing down, wickets in hand, that's the key. So I think that's where the Reds have done the job so far pretty well.
Just wanted to surprise the bowler, Mendes. We've gone onto the front foot and collected the single. He wanted more than that.
Wanted to get a bigger bite of the cherry, didn't he? Outside edge, coming the Mendes, trying to go extra cover. Ramesh Mendes seeing coming down the track, throwing way outside the off stump. And a good stop by Jeffrey Van der Sey at short third man. 40 need of 20 deliveries. This man on screen will hold the key for the Reds. And for the Greens, the bowlers, the death overs, bowlers. Tough work.
Will Dasun Shanaka bowl one over? Will he?
Ramesh Mendes. Back up.
I think Dhananjay Lakshan and one Tushar ideally with plenty of slow bowling options available, but I feel fast bowlers are the way to go. That's where I think the captaincy of Dasun Shanaka will be tested. Sometimes you got to work with your instincts. On the day, a particular bowler, you will have the confidence and you go with him. It might work, it will work. Yeah! This time, Ramesh Mendes firing it in. And Kamidu Mendes was cleaned up with a good Yorker.
That was a attacking option from Ramesh Mendes. This partnership was beginning to cause a few problems.
Yeah, this was quicker. I feel Kamidu Mendes was a slight late coming down on that, and Ramesh Mendes rightly so elated getting rid of Kamidu for 24. And Reds 123 for 3.
Wanidhu Hasaranga is a good strike rate, 134, over 2,000 runs. Just see that, over 200 matches for the 25-year-old.
Starman for the Reds and for Sri Lanka. Number 49, Wanidhu Hasaranga de Silva. Set the crease. 39 of 3 overs. Who's it going to be? 13 runs per over. He's here because of this. Yorked himself, Kamidu Mendes, and clean him quicker, straighter. Exactly what the Greens needed to break the partnership.
It was beginning to be threatening as far as the Greens were concerned. Crucial time to lose that wicket, but Wanidhu Hasaranga can be a big hitter.
Definitely has the capacity to finish off a game, but in this surface, straight away from the first delivery to go bang bang, it's not the easiest to do. But if someone can do it, I'll definitely agree with you, Haritha. On his day, it could be a handful.
Oh, Nimesh Vimukti probably misjudged it. India, considerable length of time. Good running to complete 3.
Definitely misjudged it, didn't he? Nimesh Vimukti came across rather than running around it. Came straight down to the ball. Should have been going around. In the end, a valiant effort. And got to say that the two batsmen quietly crossing for 3 runs, golden runs for the Reds. Trying to go over extra cover. Just getting slicing it. Valiant effort, but ideally, yeah, misjudged it. If he had gone around, would have been a different story.
Okay. Dhananjay Lakshan to Vanidu Hasaranga. Got away with that one.
A slow ball Yorker showing his full repertoire. Lakshan. Short third up, cover point up. I don't think that's the line ideally. Any bat that Vanidu Hasaranga got would have been a boundary. That is a good delivery. Call it a wide or some delivery.
Dasun Chanaka rushing in. Interesting to note what Darshan Gamage and the rest thought about what Vanidu Hasaranga's role would be. Pul Chandana, his assistant. No time to settle down, that's for sure.
Just like a fast and furious game, isn't it? There's nothing to think, no time to think. You just get along with it. Another slow delivery. And that was a very close call for a wide delivery. And previous, so we saw umpire Vimalasiri called it for a wide, but this time going in the favor of the bowler. Interesting replay coming up. Wide or your stump, slow delivery, bowling into the pitch, the slow ball. Aditya, I'll leave it to you.
That was much better. Angled across the left hander. The fluency of Bhanuka Rajapaksa is missing for me.
I think that is mainly because of the slowness of the delivery has been dished out at him. Not giving any pace. This is what Dhananjay Lakshan has done really well. Bhanu Rajapaksa is somebody that he likes the ball coming onto the bat. And from the other end, Lakshan is not giving any pace at all. Making Bhanu Rajapaksa try and go for it. Sometimes when you try to hit too hard, you lose the shape. This time called a wide delivery down the leg side. And that's why I think this Greens team have done the homework to each batsman of the Reds team perfectly.
34 of 30.
That's a credit to Tilina Kandambi and Ruin Piris as far as the Greens are concerned. Huge. More height than distance. Took a long time coming down.
It got the elevation for sure. It went so high. Batsman could have run for 2 runs, but not the distance. Another slow delivery. The entire over, it has been slow deliveries, and this time Dhananjay Lakshan striking goal. That too. Hard hitting Bhanu Rajapaksa. Got the middle of the bat. Elevation, spot on, but not the distance. Nonithu Fernando, safe as houses. Rajapaksa gone for 34 of 28. Reds 128 for 4.
So new man in is Lahiru Madhushankar. He could be destructive, but how quickly can he get into the groove?
It's good commitment shown by Vanadu Hasaranga. Hoping Tushar is fine before even the finished up his follow through. Hit him. Ricochet towards the third, beg your pardon, long off. A couple of runs. Yes, definitely these two batsmen have the capacity to do it. 32 of 11 deliveries. But Nuwan Tushar with his variations and Dhananjay Lakshan's variations, the challenge is both of them are not giving any pace.
1 ball, 2 sports on that occasion. He goes big. It's more height than distance once again. Oh, brilliant running catch. Brilliant running catch.
Almost ran too much. Ramesh Mendes just thought for a second he misjudged it, but in the end it was a magnificent catch. Never easy. The skiers, when you're running, have to sprint in 30 to 35 yards. And this is what win you matches. They say catches win you matches for these reasons. High in the air. Look how Ramesh Mendes quickly gets to it and almost runs past it. But in the end, a crucial catch to get rid of Vanadu Hasaranga of the Reds. Gone for 3, Reds 130 for 5.
Kane down leg side. He's eager to get his over through. He needs to take his time, think a little bit. Nuwan Tushar could be big on Lahiru Madhushankar, who had crossed over.
Madhushankar and Nuwan Tushar have played alongside each other. The CCC for a long time. We've been knowing each other's game very well. But under the circumstances, when the pressure is on, that's where the real character comes out. Another slow delivery, swiping across. Only find the field at square leg. Yeah, this is good stuff by the two youngsters of the Greens, finishing off Lakshan and Nuwan Tushar so far.
See, the last 3 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 6 runs after a 61-run opening stand.
68 games, strike rate of 1 run 13, seeming all-rounder. Lahiru Madhushankar can hit the long ball.
Sahan Arachige probably finds the boundary. Lot of innovation. Good going.
Yeah, definitely innovation at its best. Slow ball bouncer. This time by Nuwan Tushar. Third man fine leg up. And defined in the area. Sahan going right on top of Niroshan Dikpal. This is good batting. Good anticipation. And got the elevation and got the important boundary.
It's not the agricultural shot that was mentioned some time ago. Sahan Arachige, experienced campaigner.
Call it for agriculture. He got it. This time swiping across, missing out. Keeping a bit low as well. 26 of 7 deliveries. It's getting tougher and tougher for the Reds. Won the game yesterday. Greens, remember, lost against Blues. Beg your pardon, day before. This might open up the entire table.
He's aiming for the Yorker. He's making it difficult for the batters. End of 19. It's 5 down for 137 Reds chasing.
That was a fantastic over by Nuwan Tushara. Just the 9 runs under the circumstances. Pressure was on. He was swinging back to the left hand, trying to go over square leg. Sahan clearly missing the leg stump. This is good. Very good by the Greens. Fielded well. Some magnificent catches. Staying in the game. And the young fast bowlers doing the job so far.
Brilliant shot this. See the difference, see the color.
A beautiful shot from the drone. Usually gets us a lot of good places in and around Colombo as well as in and around Sri Lanka. Remember up in Galle as well in Kandy.
Not for a paragliding experience. Too many tall buildings in and around.
The tallest building is right in the middle now. 25 of 6 balls. Dhananjay Lakshan bowled one of the best overs I've seen for a long time to a destructive Banu Rajapaksa, and in the end got him out as well. What's it going to be? Pretty sure it's going to be lots of slow deliveries. The field short third man, cover point, a short extra cover, a short fine leg. There's 5 fielders at the moment inside the circle.
He gets it through. He'll have to get it all the time. Sahan Arachige. I thought Dasun Shanaka would have a ball, but you were correct, Maha, that he would probably use Dhananjay Lakshan.
Just to mention our viewers, usually that's 5 fielders is possible to be in the boundary, to save the boundary, but in the last occasion there was only 4. That was because of the slow over it. That's why the new rule has come in. Straight away I did pick up and I was waiting for a confirmation. I just got it. So this is something that the bowling team, especially in the second innings, got to be really careful of. The penalty, it can be very dangerous. First ball boundary, 21 of 5 deliveries.
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Valiant attempt by Jeffrey Van der Sey, but Sahan Arachige is making it very interesting.
A valiant effort by Jeffrey Van der Sey. Couldn't save at that occasion. The slow ball right in his arc. Sahan Arachige. First ball boundary, second ball boundary. Another slow delivery. 17 of 4. Valiant effort by Van der Sey, as I said, but just not good enough.
This is why we want you to come and watch the cricket at Kettarama. Sri Lanka Cricket Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League 2022 powered by Dafa News.
The pressure is saying on the young man. And also got to give full credit to the umpires as well. They've been quite good, and also keeping an eye of the over it and penalizing these greens. I can only have 4 fielders patrolling the boundary. It's a long off, long on, a deep mid-wicket, a sweep, a cover. Usually you might see a deep square leg, but with the penalty, he has come in to save the single.
Got it between the 2 fielders. He's rushing down to the boundary for 4.
This is getting interesting. Another boundary, short, slower, and Sahan Arachige anticipating the slow delivery, not committing to the front foot, hanging around the back foot, and fed him in his area. It's quite powerful through the leg side, and bang it goes.
This is quality cricket. Got it between Nuwan Fernando and Jeffrey Van der Sey is diving on that occasion. Everybody thought that Lahiru Madhushanka would be the one doing this. He's got it. This time Nuwan Fernando would cover it up.
Back up. Dakhala ewanna.
Another slow delivery. This time Sana Arachige couldn't get the placement or the elevation. Not giving any pace. That's where Dhananjay Lakshan has been really consistent with his repertoire. Plenty of slow deliveries. Have not tried to bowl a Yorker. It's just been slow balls, and Arachige knowing what's coming but still cannot get away, especially because of the slowness of the pitch.
2 balls, 10 runs is the asking rate.
That's a match-winning ball. Slow ball, full. And Sana Arachige couldn't get underneath it. He was trying to go over extra cover. But the length was good. This is good stuff by the young man. He was taken away for 3 boundaries in this over. A wide delivery as well. But he kept his nerve and believed in his ability. And at the moment, the Reds are losing cause. And this means, Haritha, everything opens up now.
Yeah, sure enough. Dasun Chanaka spoke to him before that ball was bowled. Went up to him, inspired him. Play and a miss, a dot ball, and it's over.
That's it. The Reds lost by 8 runs. That's a great comeback by the Greens. For a moment, we all thought Reds will cruise along. The Greens have fielded well, bowled magnificently, led by Dasun Shanaka, and that man on screen setting up the Greens innings with 76 not out, opening the batting, keeping wickets, giving plenty of instruction to the captain. It's a wonderful team effort by the Greens.
So a good team effort. I think just a little bit of a clarification as far as that last over is concerned with the umpires. It was a good comeback for a team that was in the lower end after being bowled out for under 100 in the previous game, to come back with this sort of runs on the board, this sort of fight back against a side that was brimming with confidence, the Reds.
Especially after the lose against Blues, I thought Greens have done really well against a strong opposition like the Reds. On paper, definitely I think Reds have the slight advantage, but the Greens played like champions. When it mattered the most, the entire team delivered. A batsman batted right through, all the bowlers backing the captain, fielded well, some brilliant catches. And always when you score 160 in T20 games up at R. Premadasa Stadium, most of the time you'll end up in the winning side.
Tell you, he was on field for the entire game. Niroshan Dikwala, he'll be a tired man, but a very happy one at that.
Couple of days off, he should be all right, up and running. Yeah, plenty of runs been made by the players. Cruz Pulle, Kusal Mendis started well for the Reds. Rajapaksha and Kamindu Mendis had a decent partnership, but in the end couldn't finish off the job. In the end, Sana Arachige scored a brisk 19 as well. Bowling for the Greens, very impressive. Nimesh Shumikti started well. Nuwan Tushar, Dhananjay Lakshan, Jeffrey Van der Se, Lakshan, Sandakan, Ramesh Mendis, I think all chipped in well in different occasions. That was complete a team performance.
He had to go at 8 plus. And Lasit Cruz Pulle carried on the good work with his skipper Kusal Mendis. They made use of all the loose deliveries in the right fashion in the initial stages as they put down another half-century opening partnership.
Started off well, the Reds. Cruz Pulle and Kusal Mendis. This was Kusal Mendis trying to go over mid-wicket. And Nimesh Shumikti straight as an arrow. And this was a wonderful catch. Probably this changed the momentum of the innings. We all thought it was going to be a couple of runs, but in the end, Jeffrey Van der Se plucked from nowhere. Banu Rajapaksha did threaten. Decent shot by Kamindu Mendis. For a moment, we thought Dasun Shanaka had him. It's a powerful stroke. That's the power Banu Rajapaksha possesses. This is clean ball. blocking himself, coming to Mendes. Elated Ramesh. And this was a good catch. Elevation was so high. Nuni Fernando underneath it. Slight juggle, but in the end, holds on to that important catch. Manindu Hasaranga, we all expected much more. Slower delivery and a good catch by Ramesh Mendes running in. This was a nice bit of innovation by San Arachige. Couple of boundaries in that final over of Dhananjay Lakshan. This was the second. Valiant effort by Jeffrey Vanderse, but just not good enough. This was the third boundary in the over. And in the end, just falling short.
This is what happened. Greens batted first, helped by Dikwal carrying his bat through. Dasun Shanaka, Lakshan, Chandimal all chipping in. Asita Fernando once again 2 quick wickets in 1 over. Matisha Patirana, Manindu Hasaranga, San Arachige amongst the wickets. Sri Lanka Cricket Reds had to go at 8 plus and ended up on 153 for 5. Rajapaksa 34, Cruz Pulle 31, Mendes 30. Kamidu Mendes also 24. All got into runs, but it was the bowling that mattered. Ramesh Mendes, Nimesh Vimukti, and everybody else contributed to make sure that they didn't lose too many options in winning by 8 runs. So that's the story. We'll be back with the presentation in a short while. Yeah, this was the Greens world. The Reds' third game of the tournament on day 2 at Ketarama. Great game it was. Greens won the toss, 161 for 6 in the allotted 20 overs. Dikwala carried his bat through for 76. Asita Fernando 2 for 32 was best. And the Reds made 153 for 5. Rajapaksa was top scorer. Cruz Pulle and Kusal Mendes getting into 30s, but not enough in the end. So that's the story. Roshan Abesingh is there with the presentation, and we go to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the presentation of this third game of the SLC Sky Exchange Invitational T20 League. And indeed, let me start off by thanking our sponsors. Our title sponsor is Sky Exchange. Team sponsors are Sky Exchange and IPG Sports. We also have Dafa News, which is powered by an associate local partner is Daras. And also we are privileged to have the ICC match referee, Mr. Wendell Labroy, to give away the awards. And let's start off with the man of the match award. He will receive a check of rupees 50,000 sponsored by Sky Exchange, and it will be presented by Mr. Wendell Labroy. And it goes to Niroshan Dikwella. Can we have a quick word with you, Niroshan? Unless you don't want to talk to us.
No, all good. All good.
Right, let's talk of your innings. Now, at the start, it was a tough call for you just to try and settle in, but after that, you started enjoying yourself.
No, actually I didn't get much strike in the power play, so I thought then Patum fell, and then I thought our target was to get to 150. So then I thought we got a bit into the slow side. Then I dragged my innings, and then I wanted to minimize risky shots. So then I'm glad that I could bat it throughout the inning.
So, 160, were you happy with that score at any stage? Because the pitch looked good.
Pitch is a bit slow, but I think 160 is a good score in a T20 game in anywhere. But I think we were planning to get above 150, but 160 we will take it any day.
We're enjoying your comments from behind the stumps. So much of advice being given. You enjoying it yourself?
I thought they reduced the volume. I asked them to reduce the volume.
No, we can hear you very well.
All right, okay, still. yeah. That's my normal way. That's how I play the game. So I enjoy that.
Yeah, what about opening the batting after a while in a T20 game? I mean, you used to do that, but then you out of it, but back again doing it.
Yeah, I just go and express myself. I just play my normal game. On the day when I get runs, it's good for the team, and 75% there's a good chance of winning the game. So I just go there and express myself and enjoy.
You know, we have coined a phrase saying, Roshan Dikwella does Dikwella things.
Yeah, I've heard about it, but I have no idea what that is.
Because those are unique to you. Anyway, very well played. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, that is the man of the match, Niroshan Dikwella. Can I talk to Kusal Mendes, please? The Reds captain. Kusal, එක මොහොතක ඔබේ කණ්ඩායම හොඳ තත්වයක තිබුණා. එක මොහොතක ඔබ ජයග්‍රහණය අභියස හිටියා කියලා හිතුණා, විශේෂයෙන්ම 14 වෙනි පන්දුවේදී ලකුණු 100ක් ලබාගෙන. කොතනද වැරදුනේ?
මම හිතන්නේ අපි බැට් කරද්දී අපිට මුල් ටිකේට හොඳ ස්ටාර්ට් එකක් ආවා. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ ඩොට් බෝල් ටිකක් අපේ වැඩිපුර ගියා. මම හිතන්නේ මම ඇතුළුව. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ එතන තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් අපිට බැටින් පැත්ත මේ මග ඇරුනේ මැච් එක හොඳට කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒක ඇරෙන්න බෝලර්ස්ලට බ්ලේම් එකක් දාන්න අමාරුයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් අපි තිබ්බයි අපි කිව්වේ 150 140. ඉතින් අපිට කොහමද 160ක් කියන්නේ මේ විකට් එකේ ගහන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඉතින් බැට්ස්මන්ලගේ පැත්තට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් බ්ලේම් එක එන්නේ.
ඔව් ආයෙත් ඔබගේ ආරම්භක සම්බන්ධතාවය හොඳ මට්ටමක තිබුණා. ඔබයි ලසිත් ක්‍රූස් පුල්ලේ නැවතත් හොඳ ආරම්භයක් දුන්නා. ඒ ආරම්භයෙන් පස්සේ අපි දැක්කේ විශේෂයෙන්ම අවසාන පන්දුවර 6දී ඔබ දැක්කද තනතිරුව යම් ආකාරයක මන්දගාමී වෙනවා?
ඔව් ඇත්තටම ඒ කියන්නේ මුලින් බැට් කරනට වඩා සෙකන්ඩ් බැට් කරේ පොඩ්ඩක් තනතිල්ල ස්ලෝ වුණා. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒකත් ඇතුළුව තමයි අපේ ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට ඕන විදිහට අපේ මේ ෂොට් වලට යන්න අමාරු වුණා බැට්ස්මන්ලට. ඒ කියන්නේ කනෙක්ට් කරගන්න අමාරු වුණා. විකට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් ස්ලෝ වෙලා බවුන්ස් එකත් පොඩ්ඩක් ලෝ වුණා. ඉතින් ඒකමයි කියලා කියන්නත් අමාරුයි. මොකද අපි ලංකාවේ නිතරම ගහනවා. ඉතින් අපි මේ විකට් වල ගහලා තිනවා. ඉතින් එදා අද දවසේ අපිට කරගන්න ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට විකට් එක විදිහට ඇඩ්ජස්ට් වෙන්න බැරි වුණා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් තමයි මම හිතන්නේ අපිට මේ ටාගට් එකට යන්න බැරි වුණේ.
හොඳයි කුසල්. අද දවසේදී bad luck. නමුත් all the best.
Thank you.
Right, can we talk now to the Greens captain, Dasun Shanaka, please? Dasun, congratulations. Were you happy with the 160 you got batting first, or you felt you were short?
Yeah, thanks. First off, thanks. I think we were short of 10-15 runs because at a certain phase we were setting up very nicely, but my wicket that run out cost us a few more runs.
Yeah, now your side, your attack was a spin-based attack. You had lots of spinners, but eventually you went with pace, especially pace off the ball. Was it because the pitch was slowing down, or was that the way forward for you guys?
Actually, it was the way we planned. We can't bowl consecutive overs of spin, but anyway, we have to bring up the pace, and the skill was there. Dhananjay Lakshan and Tushar, they are very skillful bowlers, and they use their slow balls very well in the game. So that's where the game changed, and particularly spinners also did their role really well.
Yeah, how much do you think, how much of a chance does a team batting second have? Because they had to get 60 runs in 6 overs. You think at that stage it was gettable, or you were always confident with the pitch slowing down?
For me, I think it was really gettable with their batsmen, but end of the day, bowlers, they are international. They have played some games for the Sri Lankan team, so they are capable of doing the good things at the right time.
So happy to be winning a game after yesterday's loss?
Absolutely. Winning always set the tone for the team. So next game, it's a crucial game. So if we can win that game, definitely there will be a place in the finals for us.
Well done. All the best.
Thank you.
Right, that is the end of the post-match presentation, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, so the next match coming up is the Greys versus the Blues, live from the R. Premadas International Cricket Stadium. So we'll be back live at 7:20 when the next game starts between the Greys and the Blues. Till then, enjoy the evening.